Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another horrific review. Flea and I are back as we continue our look into horror anime with the fourth part of Shiki. When many deaths occur in the quiet village of Satoba, Dr. Toshio Ozaki initially suspects an epidemic, but soon becomes convinced that something else is causing them. We are back, and yeah, this was a lot of fun.
We're back. It's over. And we need more.
I think we need a season 2. Like, at some point, a season 2 needs to happen. It could easily happen. I think this is my favorite series. I don't wasn't expecting it to be.
That's considering some of the stuff we've got coming up. That's a big claim. That's it. But I mentioned to you earlier in the week that whatever we watch after this has got big boots to fill.
Absolutely. Oh, I forgot to stick that. Oh, that's bright. Bright light.
Ooh, oh no, oh no.
Let's soften that down a wee bit. Sorry, I forgot to stick my big. So what do I was looking so dark in here? I'm like, oh, right, that's better. No, anyway, yeah. I'll be honest, like when I first started watching it, I wasn't expecting anything. No expectations whatsoever. And this is fast.
To be honest, that's the best kind of mindset to be when you start watching something new, is it? Considering the things that have been coming out of other big like production studios, not necessarily in Japan this year. I think it's always best to expect the worst when you start watching a new series.
Yeah, but
because that way after episode 2 you'll be disappointed.
Well, the last thing I watched, I think I tried to put myself in the positive mindset so I wouldn't just pan on it straight away. And that lasted an episode and a half, and then that was it.
Think of all the time you'd have saved if you just piled on it straight away.
Do you know what?
At least 40 minutes, maybe.
Sometimes you have to give yourself a go.
It's like
you have to give things a first crack of the whip.
Yeah, but it's like then you watch the first half hour and you go, that's fair enough. But yeah, it seemed to start out, because I remember when we started watching this, it was like if it doesn't pick up speed, we'll leave the second half of it for another time. But it picked up pace.
It did not mess about. And these last few episodes, do you know what you get in a movie? You get the last 15 minutes just rushes to conclude everything.
Yeah.
This didn't do that. This still kept its pacing, and I didn't feel like we were being dragged out.
No, I said it'd either be a slow build up or a mad dash at the end, and I'm glad it was the slow build up, because it just gives you so much time to learn what's going on and to pick a side and get behind it.
Well, even with all this, I'll have to say I'm never going to be on the Shiki side. Like,
I don't know. I do feel sorry for Sunako.
Yes and no. Like, at the end of the day, it wasn't. Here's the thing: using the excuse of I'm a vampire, I have to feed. There's a difference between that and let's take over and eradicate an entire village. Do you know what I mean? There's a bit of a difference.
But she just wants somewhere safe where her people can live. Okay, she's making her people as she goes along. But that's one of the side effects of being a vampire.
Yes and no, because when we get to the end, the specials, that was flipped on its head.
We will talk about the specials in their place, because the special. I mean, there are certain parts of Shiki that are grim, but the specials just take grim and make it grimmer. Those specials are dark. It's like both of those specials just left me going like, oh wow.
But that's the thing. That doesn't matter in the medium. If you go with the darkness, and make a proper grim adult show, then it doesn't matter whether it's live action or animated. And I would argue that animation can, because it has the freedom to do things that you can't do in live action.
Yeah. Also, it doesn't have the argument that you'll get certain actors who won't do this or won't do that or won't wear that kind of makeup or demand this.
Or just
Animation,
pull out the goods.
yeah, animation doesn't make demands like that. I mean, because all you're basically doing is it's like the actors, the voice actors themselves, they're incredibly highly trained at what they do, but they stand in front of a mic in a nice warm room.
And we have watched shows where it's quite obvious that they do that and there's no emotional input, which can be difficult.
Say, how many actors do you know that can scream on demand? A proper blood-curdling, full-throated scream?
Not many. I would argue that horror actors, that's where the scream queen, sort of trope come in. That's what makes them makes them. There's today. Well, let's be honest. Today the bar is very low, so it's hard to, like the days of putting actors up in pedestals is gone, and I don't think we're ever getting it back.
No, it's I think it's going to go back to I almost think we're going to go back to like the days of the early talk, back during the days of the early talkies. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They used to have scream queens, actual people who were hired to scream in place of the actors. Which is where the term comes from. And I think we're going back to that. I honestly want to. We're going back to. I think we're going back to the age where you have people with the face that fits, but people are going to, with the voice, are going to dub over them.
Well, there's a whole controversy at the moment with that actress, Tilly something they've named her. Have you seen that? I think we're going to get another strike before the end of the year, which I think will just be hilarious because that's just going to speed up the process.
It's like look. Here's the thing, though. It's like, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Cruz. Other actors' names are available, but unfortunately, while you were on strike, the AI took over all of your jobs. Bye.
Well, that's what they did last time. They fired a lot of people to get rid of them, ended a lot of contracts after the last one. So I see it happen again.
I remember like the writers' strike from years ago. Some of those are still going on, aren't they?
No, that all finished. But it's the repercussions of all that. Like all the scheduling stuff went out the window. And like I said, this whole AI thing, which fits into this, you know what I mean? Because there's like a cigarette papers width between animation and going the next level of AI, but it's still, you can't just code. Do you know what I mean? There's a difference between being a coder and a creator.
See, that's one of the problems I have with AI.
You need that emotional input.
Yeah, you can't like using ones and zeros. You cannot code emotion, or at least you can't code voiced emotion. I mean, you can have like an image looking sad on a screen, the subtitle going like, "Oh no, suddenly I'm so sad," but you can't actually like force that emotion through the screen at people. You need someone there. You need flesh and blood there to give it the emotion. Otherwise, it just seems mechanical.
I am not one of these people that's either or, if that makes sense. Because I think it's way too complicated for that. And AI has its use. If you look at all the short videos stuff and people doing stuff for ads, rather than wasting an absolute fortune on like a 20-second ad or something, I can see AI doing it. You look at all the memes that are done now by AI, they're absolutely brilliant, but it's AI, it's a meme. I've had a look at some stuff just for, to make like short videos for fun and that there, but it just can't put it in the tech context, if that makes sense. So if you want that generic TikTok video crap, then you can do that, but the actual like horror stuff, it doesn't get it.
I've seen a few of those, like this film, if it was made by AI, and then everything is just like hideous and terrible and hilarious.
Yeah, that's it. Got even me just trying to make promo images for the HORRORific publishing. Some of the results are ridiculous. You're just like, I'm not asking for anything complicated here. The biggest one was change the color of the eyes. On one of the character things that I put up, I couldn't do it. I just couldn't figure it out. So
the AI in certain places is very clever, but it's like doing the simple stuff. It's got no chance.
Crunching numbers, I get it. A generic image that means nothing. Yes. Anything that requires emotion or heart or actual creativity, we're not there. We're not even close there. And honestly, I don't think it ever will be. You can't.
I don't.
Even Skynet didn't have that. You know what I mean? Skynet was easy to be bamboozled. It didn't understand the human spirit.
I think people are being bowled over by air quotes AI because it's new. But I think in like 4, 5, maybe 6, 10 years time, it's either going to have taken off and be absolutely amazing, or no one's going to be using it anymore because of how bad it is.
Do you remember VR back in the day? Do you remember everything was going to be VR, and we were going to have totalitarian, total environments, and nobody'd leave their room, etc., because of VR, and that fizzled out. I think people latch on to things. That's why I can't be arsed with people most of the time, because it just becomes a phrase and it becomes an excuse for everything. Like social media, they just say that as if it answers everything.
I don't need VR to leave my bedroom. I never leave my bedroom anyway.
Just need books and games and hobbies and good internet connection. But you know what I mean? It's that thing of everyone just wants to feel important or informed, and they just want to feel cool as well, part of the gang, so they just utter the phrase without even understanding. So yeah, I can see where AI is going to be useful, like any tool. I can see it being a medium in itself, but for like this, the animation, if there weren't humans behind it emoting the characters, if there weren't artists, drawing the scene, and more importantly, here's the crux of the matter: if there wasn't a storyteller, this thing would fall flat in its face. This is a prime example of fantastic storytelling and having its own pacing and basically being its own thing. And you don't get that uniqueness with AI. AI is copy and paste from everything that's out there. It can mine.
That's just it. AI, it can learn, but it learns by copying other people's work, because it's like it's the amount. I've been looking for royalty-free images to use on the game. Using a role-playing game I'm planning. And there's so much work where it's like, oh, that's by such and such an artist. Oh, it's not. It's AI. Oh, that's by this bloke. Oh no, it isn't. That's AI as well. You can see where people are like taking other people's work to train their AI. But you can always kind of like it's ban them all. It's like there's always some small difference, like 7 fingers.
Like I said, when I was just doing simple promo images,
I remember the day when AI couldn't do fingers.
Yeah, it still can. It's not the best thing, but anyway, this is an example of like storytelling. That's it. It's somebody had a vision. They had a story they wanted to tell. They had a way they wanted to tell the story, and they wanted to present it a certain way on screen, and it happens here. So we'll cut back to basically where we left off. The last review is basically Chizuru, she's getting stoned to death. Is that just getting everything thrown at her?
George, let's be honest. She deserved it. Oddly enough, I didn't feel sorry for her.
No.
Some of the Shiki you feel sorry for, but not Chizuru.
But that's where it's interesting, because everyone that is involved has their own experiences, and that's what this does. It brings out the, people just get caught up. They just got bit. It wasn't their choice, and how they're dealing with it, and everyone's different. Oh god, what do you call her at the very start? Oh, Megami. Yep. So Chizuru is Megami 20 years into the future, if that makes sense. In my opinion, anyway. Chizuru is basically
I go with that because of the the flashback we have where Chizuru is like a newly married housewife in the kitchen. She managed to slice her hand open, peeling the potato. It's totally the kind of thing you'd expect Megumi to do.
Yeah, just that's it. She was a bubblehead, and then she gets this ultimate power.
She's not so much out of her depth, but in a place she doesn't want to be. Why? Megumi's like, why am I here? Why am I being born here? Chizuru's like, oh, why am I doing this? Why am I being forced to do this?
Yeah, and as we've seen from Chizuru, she's not an innocent victim. She's not just trying to survive. She plays with her food. She toys with people. She tortures them. Like, not a sympathetic character.
I'm going to say, you've only got to look at her husband.
Yeah, and he's the same. He's besotted with her, but he's a victim as much as anybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I still don't get his story. I've watched it. I watched the episode. I still don't get his story.
No, he's the only loose end in this, isn't he? You just you don't get him. But
he's kind of like he's kind of like one of the ones whose fate you don't quite find out. Because it's kind of like, as far as I remember, there's like a scene in which he does something that's quite pivotal, and then you don't see him for the. He goes
up to the castle at the end and just sort of walks in as it's burning. So I don't know what he.
Oh yes,
is he going to survive that or don't know.
To be quite honest, his character not really bothered.
No, he's. You could tell he's a plaything for the moment. Like Chizuru has done this 100 times.
I'm so bothered. I'm so interested in his character. I don't actually remember him walking into the burning castle.
No, that was it. But Shimizu, he gets revenge, because of his son getting killed, and he's the one that drives the stake into the heart. And this is the moment that basically Toshio convinces everybody that the Shiki exists. So the
question gets asked. Yeah, the question gets asked: what are we going to do about it?
Now, what I was not expecting. Like I said, I thought this was going to be like the last episode or something where everyone rallies up, but this is it. This is the moment where basically the humans and the Shiki go to war, and it's basically the rest of the series, which honestly I wasn't expecting, but I'm kind of happy that it did because we get the full ins and outs. Like, do you know why series, not in action movies and all, like wars, in quotes, last about 5 minutes and it's all wrapped up nice and neatly?
Yeah.
But war's not like that. Battle's not like that.
I like the way it's like every episode so far has had a date before it, like something. When does this start? I think it starts like late October, so it's like late October through November. I think it's like the 17th of November or something like that when the story comes to a close. But when it actually gets to the point where it's like it cuts like the day-to-day stuff out and concentrates on like actions and like the repercussions of those. But it doesn't need to do the last few episodes because the last 3 episodes all seem to take place within the last 24 hours. I'm surprised how quickly they managed to get themselves together and decide exactly what they're going to do with the Shiki.
But there was a phrase in this. It was the father. I can't remember his name. The big fella with the hammer.
Yeah.
Basically the community. Everybody in the community knows their place, knows what to do. Only people who are get welcomed are those that want to be part of it, not outsiders. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So these are people who have lived together for generations. The hierarchy is already there.
How do we stop people? How do we stop people getting in? Me and the lads will go and block off the highway.
Mm-hmm.
We'll tell them there's a festival going on.
The people that normally do the road works and normally do this and that. Oh, here's something I can do because this is what I do on a daily basis. Like everybody uses their strengths, which is what they do anyway when it comes to harvest time, when it comes to planting the crops, when it comes to just getting supplies in, doing their daily business, fixing repairs, etc., etc. This is a self-contained area that doesn't need that much in the way of outside interaction. And
you get the feeling, you get the feeling they don't like outsiders. It's very Japanese.
But that's fair enough. You know what I mean? If it's not broke, don't fix it, sort of thing. If your community is successful and you don't need to rely on anything from outside, why would you? If you essentially have everything you need, and the only thing, like Megumi's the example, she sticks out like a sore thumb from the very beginning of this because she has everything she needs in terms of shadow, but she wants the shiny light, she wants the superficial stuff, which does not fit in with this village whatsoever. This village will go on 1,000 years. Not in that series, but it'll go on 1,000 years, if it was undisturbed the same way and not need to do anything.
But everybody knows their place. The village hasn't changed since ancient times.
Mm-hmm. So I saw it straight away. It just, once they recognize the threat, in this case, it being the Shiki, right? Here is the threat. What do we do about it? And then Toshio starts rallying them because he's already a respected leader.
He's already got his plans. He already knows exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, he's been thinking since day one, since he realized. Once he understood what it was, he has not stopped. This is not a 5-minute thing. This has been him planning the whole time. Like when he brought Cicero to the festival, it was all part of the plan. He needed the shocking display to shake people out of apathy and get them galvanized and let them know what the threat was. And you know what I mean? He planned this. It wasn't by accident.
That was such a great plot twist.
And then when we see it out here, that's it. Chizuro's gone. And this is the start of the major battle. And then what was interesting is because we see the Shiki on the other end, not just the main family, but other Shiki. They've all split up into groups.
Yeah.
And they're making their counter plans. So it's not just, let's go kill the monsters just lie down. It's a case of these are living, thinking beings. And I like that.
It's nice. It's nice to see vampire-like creatures actually being treated as intelligent.
Yeah, and that's they're part of the village too. They were part of the village, so they have the same mentality. So when it comes to the ones that have all been turned are still part of that, mindset. So okay, here's what we got to do. We know the village just as well as the other villagers. So it makes it an even battle in a sense.
And we know from previous episodes there are actually Shiki in the village who've gone back to live in their old house.
Yeah.
People would have,
but
nobody noticed.
But if you're just asleep during the day and you're dead still and there's no movement, and if you're only going about at night when everyone else is asleep, I could see it. And plus, like you said, this is basically over the space of 1 month. It's not years. Like how rapidly this has happened. I think because of the pacing of the show, we forget that this has happened rapidly in real time. Over this.
No, I just think that there would be signs that someone was living there. But the Japanese are so polite that if they went and knocked on someone's door and nobody answered, they'd leave it. Because I think we see that later on with those women who are like taking the message around about what people are going to do and what's going to happen.
Yep, which is the next episode. We'll see that happen. Then we'll see it getting replayed back in the special, which, like I said, I really enjoyed that. Here's about where I got a bit confused. we'll go to Caro's house.
I was going to say there was plenty of dog in this series. In this episode? Did you enjoy dog?
Anime dog, yeah, and I'm glad anime dog made it because I was just waiting for someone to ruin my life and kill anime dog. Well, anime dog won. Anime dog 2.
I would say whoever wrote this series is obviously an animal lover because no anime dogs were damaged in the course of this series.
Yep, which I fully approve of. I don't know whether to go see Good Boy or not because I'm worried.
He seemed to be a good boy, but because when someone broke into a house.
Oh, you don't know about the movie? The movie Good Boy. Have you heard of that? It's out now.
I have. Oh God.
I don't know if I can go and watch that. I need to find spoilers if the dog's okay because I couldn't watch it, and also
is the dog okay then? Oh, never. Talking about back to animation. Never watch Plague Dogs.
Haven't heard that one.
It's by the same. It's based on a novel by the same guy who did Watership Down.
All right. Okay.
So if you didn't like seeing the bunnies get hurt in Watership Down, don't watch Plague Dogs. Plague Dogs is like Watership Down with the grimness notched up a few levels.
Lovely.
I recommend it. Take tissues.
But we'll have this sort of weird unresolved thing. So Caro's sitting, she's in the house, everybody's gone. And somebody
that girl is, I say, looking at her eyes, that girl is obviously not doing well.
No. But she's got her handy baseball bat and she's on it, like she's basically on her trigger, And then all we see is a shadow or somebody trying to come into the house. Was it Akira? I don't know. It was hinted at, but then it just cuts. It would get really...
No. I have a theory because you remember when Akira went to kill that vampire.
Yes,
and he got caught by Tatsumi or whatever the blue hairs guys is, and he was tied up. And then you saw the vampire wake up, and he kind of like he screamed, and then the next time you saw it, it was like there was no vampire there, and there was just that pile of rope. Yeah. I think because it doesn't tell you this anywhere in the anime, I think he was rescued by Natsuno, the hero of the piece.
Yeah,
the school kid who Megumi's got the thing with.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
I think he was rescued. I think he was rescued by him because it was either in the same episode or the previous episode that he died. And then he's like Akira was rescued before Natsuno and the doctor met, and he was like, "So do you still think the dead can't rise from the grave then?" And he was like, "No, I'm pretty convinced now." So I reckon it was Natsuno who rescued Akira, and I think it was Natsuno who went into the house to rescue Karo.
It's kind of,
it's like she's there with the baseball bat, and whoever comes through the door, she gasps. So it's someone she was surprised to see because she was expecting Megumi. Because she was like, Megumi's going to kill me. Megumi's going to kill me. Megumi's going to kill me.
Yeah, because Megumi's been terrorizing them, the whole family.
Megumi is a bitch, but in a way I can kind of respect. Got to admit, the girl is dedicated.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, right to the very end. But yeah,
it was the end she deserved. Which she deserved a better ending than that.
Well,
more on this later.
Yes. So yeah, we'll have this scene, and then it just kind of gets left. We're left hanging. And then we'll
they kind of like doing this though, don't they? They'll hint at something, and then they'll move on to something else.
Yeah, it's clever storytelling because everything gets resolved. You don't necessarily see the bits in between, but you know where things end up. So, it takes a lot to remember where you were and go back. You can only do that leave plot threads hanging if you're prepared to go and tie them up. Where a lot of modern storytellers, and particularly Western storytellers, is they put all these plot holes and then just leave them, and almost making the plot holes as the exercise rather than filling them in again.
I hate that. I hate it. I hate it when people leave unfulfilled plot holes. I mean, even Boogie Pop's not that bad.
No,
Boogie Pop is the standard which we will use. Boogie Pop, and or Paranoia Agent. But Paranoia Agent filled most of its plot holes. It just didn't bother to explain the plot in general.
Yeah, it just left you just wondering what the hell's going on. But I still find Boogie Pop more frustrating than Paranoia Agent, because I see Paranoia Agent is just like an acid trip or something, you know, or just 70s.
But yeah, Paranoia Agent is an acid trip. Boogie Pop Phantom is a choose your own adventure book.
Yeah, except
because I think you could fast forward it. Yeah, you could fast forward it, reverse it to random places, press play for a couple of minutes, do it all over again, and the story would still make as much sense as it does if you haven't read the books.
But anyway, we'll go to, at least that's what I said. That's what I'm enjoying with this one, because it does, and what they're spending the time on is the characters, how the characters react, and the sort of the horror of the whole situation of a community getting torn to shreds, literally and figuratively, because the horror of their actions is addressed, if that makes sense. It lets you know what it's like to be in this situation as well, which is fantastic. It's not just a monster movie or a 2D thing.
That's it, because normally you have normally in a lot of horror you have a good guy, you have a bad guy, and neither the twain shall meet until the last battle where they beat the crap out of each other. In this one, there are no sides. Instead of having sides, they have opinions, and it's like it's up to you. I mean, who's in the right, who's in the wrong, who's the good guy, who's the bad guy. In the end of the day, at the end of the episode, it's serious. It's just everyone is trying to live in their own way.
And it's also an example of power. Some people are given a bit of power and what to do with it. And that's always an interesting thing to explore. But yeah, it was interesting that we're basically back in it's a Kalimata or whatever they call the castle, but Seishin's there, and he's basically being trusted, you know, with Sunako's safety and her life.
What is wrong with him exactly? Apart from the fact that he's weird and religious.
No, he's only religious. I think he's only religious because of his father. He has to step into the shoes. You know, it's that sort of thing. Personally, I don't think he is. I think he's, like, when he talks about when we get the story of the brothers, you know, the story he's trying to tell, he's conflicted and he's unhappy.
His explanation of the story, about the end of the story and how the story ends, when Sunko asks him in one of the episodes, absolutely, that is absolute cinema. That was to me.
It makes some sense if you don't fit in, and I know what that's like. I've never fitted in. It doesn't matter what the group is. I'm always a square peg. I know that, and it took me years to get comfortable with that. If that makes sense.
But you see, the secret to that is the secret to that is every single one of us is a square peg.
There's a reason why you have the bob in the herd. There's people that just want to go along for the sake of going along. That's just their nature. And you see it everywhere, and it doesn't matter what it's politics, religion, nationality, whatever, hobbies, music. You know, you see it a lot. Actually, the most extreme I see it is actually music and film fandom. If you think of this is the popular thing to like, this is the popular thing to pan on. Like that's tribalism. You see it and those sort of things, because people think it's harmless, so therefore it could be unfiltered, and you get a good insight to what people are like. So there are ones they'll just say anything if it just means they're part of the crowd, and they'll be they're completely malleable. They'll be any shape peg, and they'll agree with you on a point, and then they'll agree with the next person on a point, and they'll agree with the next person. That's just their nature. There's quite a few of us, and usually we end up in these sort of spaces. That's why we end up sort of looking at things that others won't, is we never really fitted in, and that's the whole problem. That's Seishin, you know what I mean? He's not a junior monkey. He's never going to be a senior monkey. He's not invested in what he's doing. I think you see it through his writing. He's struggling, trying to find himself, find out who he is as a person. And it hit that point, like I said, because he tried to commit suicide. That was his lowest point. And I think, like, we didn't get it filled in, but it was hinted at. I think he was allowed to pursue his career as a writer, outside of the temple because of the suicide attempt. That's just me guessing, just filling in subtext from the plot. But I think I
wonder if that's why him and Sunako become so close. Because if you listen to what she says, if you listen to her story, she's another person who's lost. She's another person. She doesn't know who she is. She doesn't know how she should exist. She's trying to she's using, I'll say, her power to try and find a family, because it's like she's got Chizuru is her daughter. Kamehameha, or whatever his name was, is kind of like her son, because she is visibly upset when she hears that Chizuru is dead, and then she's worried about Chizuru's husband, because it's like he'll be lost in his emotions now. We've got to go and find him because we don't know what he'll do.
Yeah, and that's.
But I think that there's a lot of overlap between the two characters.
But did I not mention it? No, I mean, we've been exploring this at the start. That was the whole point of it. Was idle curiosity. Hello, little girl. Why are you my? This is where I come to get headspace to this deep, respect and affection, which then prompted Seishin to carry out the actions he did. He basically went to the castle and offered himself.
From the very beginning, when they first met, I think he knew that she was a Shiki.
Yeah,
because as a Buddhist priest, one who's wants to be a Buddhist priest or not, if he's had the training, he would have known what she was the moment she walked into his presence.
And the fact that the temple that he was using wasn't consecrated anymore, it didn't get finished, it didn't get the words said over it, so it wasn't holy ground. It was a temple that was getting built, but then was abandoned. So that allowed her to come in, and he mentioned that as well. And yeah, he knew that comment, right? What was it? The statement he made? Are you the brother? Which brother are you?
Are you?
That was way back.
Are you able?
Are you able? Are you? Yes.
I remember. Are you able or are you Cain? Because it's like in the old vampire, it was like Cain who became the vampire.
Yeah, because that was a Mark and Cain, because he murdered his brother. Yeah. No, I think I would agree with that. He did know, like he knew, maybe not instantly, but definitely very early on. It became apparent because once again, this is all truncated, to the important scenes, but we get the idea that time has went. It didn't all happen in a weekend. But yeah, to the point that he's there, that he's actually trusted with Sunako, and the fact that not Toshio, Satsuma is confident to walk away, and leave Sishin in charge of her, even in his weakened condition. He knows he'll do everything he can. That says a lot.
Do you know, I really want to read the books of this, but you can only get them in French. Oh, and Japanese, of course.
Yeah. Some prices are too high to have to learn French. Yeah. I still remember French back in school. He had zero interest.
Je m'appelle Flay. Oh, Palin's got about the 12 Kingdoms. Ooh, okay.
Yeah. But then this all basically it leads up. We get the assault, and this is all out, like no holds barred. Like the villagers are on the rampage.
There's a little bit too, right, I'm going to be honest, there's a little bit too much military precision in what they do. It's like, considering it's only like the previous evening that they actually discovered that they actually discovered the Shiki were real. Even for like everybody knows what they're doing, they're just that little bit too organized in the assault when they go charging through the doors. It's a great watch. I'm not going to complain too much though, because it's a great watch.
I think we've seen people stumbling and bumbling about and, you know, being in denial and arguing with each other. I just thought it was nice to see them just, right, this is what we're doing. And like I said, I think it's because like if it was a city, it wouldn't be like this. It'd be a ragtag group of, you know, just, it'd be like a gang fight. But because this village works so hard together, like there's a scene where they're unloading the corpses. One of the women's like, "Oh God, you're strong." It's like, well, I've lifted sacks of rice all my life.
Yeah,
you know?
lifted sacks of rice. There's limit, and there's a scene when they're all working in time. They're singing a harvesting song.
Yeah,
or something along the lines of that.
3 blind mice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, what I mean, that's
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there, and it's like these people are far too into this. And then you get the specials, and I'm like, yep, far too into this.
But then again, I think it's the only natural reaction. If you are under the thumb and you're under terror and you've been pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed, which these people have been for a month at this point, more than a month, of just everybody around them dying and this threat looming over them. And like I said, we've seen it up to this point, all the despair that they've been under. Like, I mean, finally the release, you know what I mean, the pressure cooker lifts and the steam comes out. What else was going to happen?
Chaos.
Like, they were not. They've got an enemy. They've got somewhere to point their anger, and they've got galvanizing force of actually feeling isolated. You know what I mean? Their village is being torn apart, you know, from the inside out, and they knew it. And now they're at the point that we're not, no more. Here's a line in the sand. They're absolutely going to go for it. You know what I mean? That's it. You know, any community, any society. I don't want to bring current events, but we've seen it this year. What happens when people get pushed and not hit that breaking point? It just comes out, and that's it. And it's scary how quickly people can mobilize and organize and become militant. But it happens. It happens all the time. It's human nature.
Mm.
And the closer the community, the easier it is for it to happen. But yeah, it was interesting when they go into the castle though, and they start breaking the windows to let the sunlight in. I didn't understand at that point until the fire happens why they don't burn the place down. But then you realize the whole thing's basically, the whole valley's in a tinderbox. So fire's kind of discouraged.
Yeah, but also, I was also thinking the fact that it's a building that's been built in the, you know, the Western way. You know, a castle. So it's built of either brick or stone. So would it burn? I understand why they're knocking the windows out, because it's like, but it's the bit where they actually start finding, right, vampires in coffins hiding under the floors or on the tops of cupboards. The top, like explanation. You see the bit where they're dragging like Shiki out from like the top shelves of cupboards and things like
Yes.
that. Right, the top shelf of like those big cupboards in the walls are where you keep your futons and your bedding and your clothes and things like that. The top shelves of those is traditionally a place where ghosts and supernatural creatures live. So that's a bit of tongue-in-cheek humor in there when they're dragging them off the top shelves.
Where are you going to look? You're going to look under the bed. You're going to look in the cupboard. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, you don't look under the bed because you sleep on a futon, which is flat on the floor. There's no room underneath it.
Oh, true.
However,
Japanese.
that top shelf of that cupboard where you can't quite reach.
Oh, is that where God, what's her face sleeps there in Bleach?
Yes. Totally. Yes, the one with the short bobbed short hair who speaks very politely.
God,
yeah, I her name.
Not Rukia.
You are the Bleach fan here. You are the one with all the information on Bleach. I've only ever watched one of the movies.
Yeah, Rukia sleeps in Ichigo's cupboard. Yeah, funny enough, she sleeps in the ghost spot.
If you had an air quotes girlfriend, why wouldn't you make her sleep in the cupboard? I mean, yeah, that is exactly the reason why she sleeps on the top shelf of the cupboard.
There you go. Yeah, it was cool though. Like I said, they're galvanized. They're just like we're dealing with this now, and they're not stopping. And that's what happens when you live. You know what I mean? Because they've been under tyranny.
But it's the coldness of it. It's like we found another one, drag him out. Oh, I know him. He's one of my son's mates. Yeah, they used to walk to school every day. Stake him. You know, it's like wow. It's like talk about community pulling together. Jesus.
But we've seen this all through history. It's human nature.
Get him, have him.
It is 100% a human response. So, like, I wasn't surprised by it.
The way they're just walking around covered in blood.
Yeah, just completely.
It's like half the doctors, from the beginning of pretty much this very moment for the rest of the series, the doctor's face is half covered in blood.
Everyone is just, yeah. And they accept it. And it's, there was a scene later on where they're stopping for lunch. And one of the women
that's it.
has the blood in their hands. Oh dear, whoops, wipe.
Oh, just wipe the hands on her apron. Her hands are still covered in blood, but give me that rice ball.
Yeah.
But it is. I think it is. It's an example of how like Japanese people are supposed to pull together in a crisis.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like they're a small farming community, so it's like, oh hell, everything's gone to pot. We've got to get all the crops out of the fields now. The entire community pulls in. Oh no, there's vampires in the castle on the hill. The entire community pulls in.
Yeah, but that's why I think why we're very similar in the UK to Japanese culture. I think that's why we have an affinity for them because I think it's an island nation thing as well. If you're an island, you have a different. That's why like we'll talk to the Kiwis, for example. Very similar, not so much with the Aussies because they're more of a continent. They're humongous. But definitely New Zealanders. And that, we kind of have the same mindset because of that island nation thing. And I think that helps. You can see the end of your territory. You know where it stops. And it does create something different as opposed to somebody living on a continent, for example. And there's a difference between on the coast of a continent and the mid, etc. What was it? I didn't watch the last season, but Clarkson Farm. Did you ever watch any of that?
Oh God, no, I haven't. I'm not a big fan of Jeremy Clarkson.
Neither am I, but it's a good series.
I would say I won't say much because the last time I said how much I wasn't a fan of Jeremy Clarkson, I got in trouble with someone.
Really?
Yep. Who was a fan of Jeremy Clarkson?
He's just he is what he is. You know, he's just he's all about getting a rise and stuff. But this series is bigger than him, if that makes sense. But the whole point I'm trying to make is even when they're like, this is 21st century, modern day, but in that area when it comes to Harvest, everybody gets involved. And there's one character in it called Gerald, and he's like 70. Yeah. And he gets excited, like he's like, I don't want to miss this harvest.
It used to be. It's. I live in a farm. Yeah, I live in Willow. I live in check the internet. I live in a farming community, but it's like around here. It's mostly dairy. It used to be more arable until like the bottom fell out of the wheat market because it's cheap to bring it in from the other side of the world than it is to grow it and harvest it in this country. So it went from arable to dairy. But yeah, I remember farmers around here like sharing equipment. It's like one farm would own a big trailer, another farm would own a combine harvester. They'd get together at harvest time and bring the wheat in. Back in there.
Yeah, but it's still, you know, it still happens.
We're talking the 1970s.
Yeah, but that show give it an insight of how basically people come together even today. It's still there. Yeah. It hasn't gone away. It's human nature. It's that survival instinct. That's the whole.
Yeah, it's not gone away, but it's fading. Because how many times have you seen people? How many times have you seen people who need help and people are just walking past them?
That's been. I don't want to get into the whole philosophical thing, but that's been slightly engineered. You know, for people because people are worried about the repercussions. Like I wouldn't stop and help someone because you're more likely to get arrested.
Well, this is true. I mean,
you see something happening, like I'm not getting involved because you'll get stitched up for it.
I mean, like you see a kid crying in the street, hands up. Anyone who would go anywhere near that kid and offer to help them?
Absolutely not.
Not in a million years. Sorry, no.
It could be a stitch up. You don't know if somebody's just waiting to bug you around the corner. There's 100 things, but that's the problem. But the rubber band only gets stretched out so much, and it will snap back because it's always about the moment of crisis with humanity. And this is another example. You see the village fraying apart. That's actually a good point with this series. You see the village fraying apart here. You see its very fabric getting torn out from within. You see the mistrust. You see the lack of community. You see the knives coming out until the moment of crisis. And then this is the rubber band snapping back into place. Like
there's a part in episode 19 where the doctor basically goes, right then, we know what we've got to do. We've got to kill them all. And so the ones were like, whoa, wait, hang on, we've got to kill them all. And it's like we should call in the government. We should call in the police. And the doctor turns around to one of those guys who's like it was one of the guys he was talking to previously told him that he was making things up, and he's like, that's pretty big talk coming from someone who before this didn't even believe this was happening. Or words to those effects.
Yeah, basically said the government aren't going to believe us. You didn't believe me until you saw it right now. Yeah, and that was the moment of, oh shit, you're right. We got to do this. Like I said, humans are funny. Like we only act at the moment of crisis. We will be complacent. We will be dragged, kicking and screaming. That's why the story of Cassandra is such a. That's one I believe in. You know, it's such a prominent story of the human condition. People who see patterns will try and say this thing's coming, the disaster's coming, and people will shout them down rather than even entertain it until it happens. Then they blame the person that saw it. You know, why didn't you warn us earlier? You know, it's people are the most frustrating thing on the planet.
Yeah, I go with that.
I avoid them at all costs. But it's at that moment, that's the making and breaking of a civilization. And 9 times out of 10, though, when it gets that's when everyone just galvanizes and it snaps into position. And for that brief moment, that's why, like here, First World War, Second World War, it's not romanticized, but they're considered great moments because that they were moments of crisis, and when everybody came together, and of course it all fell apart again. Didn't take less than 10 years for everything to fall back and the old rivalries and power plays and blah 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 to go in. But for that moment, short as time as it was, everybody was together with one voice and one purpose. And that's those moments of crisis. What happens, and this is what happens to Sotobo. Sotobo Village is at the moment they know what they have to do. That penny drops, and the frightening speed in which the galvanizing the action. We have seen this all throughout human history, so it doesn't surprise me. And I'm glad actually that the writers of this have the ounce to understand human nature. And that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying a play out of human nature, and it doesn't matter whether it's Far Eastern or Western or what. It's all the same. We are two sides of the same coin, if that makes sense.
Mm.
And that's why I can, that's why I can get something from this. I can be inspired. I can relate because we've seen it. It's no different. But yeah, obviously we'll go into 20th morning, 20th episode, and yeah, it's just these are all just joined together. Like to me, I can't really differentiate between the episodes now because it's one long scene.
It just keeps getting gorier and gorier.
Yep. The massive scene in this was when Natoshi's father finds him. They find Natoshi in a cupboard, and his father's like, "I'm going to do it. If anyone's going to kill my son, it's going to be me." And then basically tells his son how he's disappointed in him.
He comes up with one of the greatest lines in this manga. Like, it's a parent's job to punish their children for their sins. And I'm like, not in this country, it isn't, mate. You're not allowed to do it anymore. And then he just stakes his son. What a great! It's like, stand up, salute this absolute chad of a gentleman. It's what a great scene. What a great scene.
But this guy's a force of nature. Like, I've seen that throughout this series. He's just an absolute force of nature.
It's when he first appeared, it actually felt like he was part of the comic relief.
Mm.
But he's not part of the comic relief. He's just an absolute unit of a bloke.
Yeah, and the fact that his son is an absolute unit of a bloke, and the mere mortals terrifies him until his father appears, and then he's put in his place.
That's just it. It's like I'm a vampire. I have all the powers of the night. Oh crap! It's me, Dad. Yeah, it's yeah. Back when I was growing up, that's how father-son relationships were every day. Oh yes. Oh God. Maybe Dad would never saw I try. But it is absolutely brilliant. But it's the bit where it's like Dr. Okashi goes back home to discover that that's just before that. Dr. Okashi, they go home, they realize something's happening at the clinic.
Oh yes.
And they go home, they see Dr. Okashi's mother is just kind of like lying on the floor. And there's a note, they've scrolled a note on the screen door in blood, basically stating like, she's not going to rise. We haven't taken her. We've just killed her. And then it's a warning. It's a warning. They're going to come and get me next, says the doctor. And
I
then
thought it was a peace offering.
What?
I thought it was a peace offering.
You've got to be quite honest. You've got to be quite honest. It's kind of like hang on, I've got to get the grieving voice right. Oh no. Because it's kind of like he's like, that's it. Tell everybody to stop slaughtering. The Shiki are the good guys now.
Yeah.
It's like
I don't know
walks up
what
to
we're
him.
about to get from that because Toshio's mother's a complete bitch.
She is, wow. There's only one mother in it who is more bitchy. But more about that later. Oh wait, that's mother-in-law. Never mind.
Yeah, mother-in-law. Yeah,
As mother-in-law, it's normal. Forget the mother's bit.
yeah.
But yeah, it's like, and because then they notice the footsteps going upstairs, and it's like Natsoshi's. Natsoshi's hiding in the cupboard.
Yeah.
And his father just drags him out, beats the crap out of a vampire with his bare hands.
I don't think he
And then
used a
just,
hammer for the steak. Oh, he did. He got his big
I don't
hammer,
think
didn't
he
he?
did.
No, he just staked him. No, he didn't even bother with a hammer.
It was just like, stab. One of the best fight scenes in this, you've got to be honest. By this time, there's no one who's cheering Natsoshi's dad on. What a man! He really is, I think, the hero of the entire thing.
Just unrelenting.
If not, he deserves it.
But then we'll have to start. Seichiro, that's a husband, isn't it? He starts picking people off with the rifle.
Yeah, because it's. I actually thought, because they shoot the guy with the incredibly wild hair and beard, who is something to do with like the farming area, the farms or something. I can't remember. But it's just kind of like he stops him by trying to grab hold of his rifle. But I hate the way they kind of leave the battle unresolved. Because if you remember, there's no it kind of it leaves them while they're still fighting, which leaves a big question hanging. But it's kind of answered later.
Yeah. We know Natsuro hasn't been feeding. That's why he doesn't have the strength of a guru.
But he has been feeding. Because how do you think the doctor was able to resist Chihiro's hypnosis?
But was that not just once?
Because, yeah, he'd already been bitten. I don't know, because it's when he fights with Tatsumi
or not? Yeah, Natsuno.
Tatsumi.
Tatsumi, yeah.
Later when Natsuno fights with Tatsumi, the blue-headed guy, Tatsumi says "Oh, so you have been feeding on blood, or you have had at least some blood."
Yeah, but he only did that once, so he wouldn't turn Toshio. Which, once again, that's interesting. So if one Shiki bites another, the other can't.
Yeah, because I know that after Chizuru, and after Chizuru bit the doctor, he went back to the clinic and gave himself a blood transfusion.
I remember that, yeah.
But it's I wonder if that's what he'd done before.
But he also he carried out some of her instructions to make it look as if he was playing ball, burning the.
But I love the bit during episode 18 where she looks at the bite on his neck and goes "How can you disobey me?" And he just pulls his sleeve down and there's a bite on his wrist. I'm taking a lot of ideas I'm taking a lot of ideas away from this anime. I hope you don't mind.
That is perfectly fine. Inspiration is cool. It's just, once again, clever storytelling. There's I could easily watch this again, just to pick up maybe bits I haven't, because you're picking up bits, I'm picking up bits, because there's a lot in it. It was so deceptive at the start of this. How simple. Remember I said we're playing in easy mode?
Yeah,
but we weren't really. It was just really good storytelling, tying it together.
Okay, it's a really simple plot from the beginning right to the end, but it begins to weave other people's perspectives into it. It's like, because it starts off, it's just like the villagers. It's just like the villagers. Then it's like the doctor's point of view is put in, the monk's point of view is put in, various members of the Shiki family and friends and things is put in. Till at the end, you've got this huge like bundle of threads, each one going in its own direction, but all heading towards the end. And you've got to keep a track on every single one of them.
Because it's
About
important to the
2/3
plot.
of the way through, it really starts to complicate itself. But I like that.
Mhm.
Because it's like, even though you've got all these little like bits and bobs, all these little like shards and things happening off to one side, you've still got this really solid main plot running straight towards the end. I mean, it's like from pretty much the first episode, you know there's going to be a battle between the villagers and the Shiki in it somewhere. It's just a matter of when it starts.
Yeah, it was all heading in one
it,
direction. And
yeah, I honestly think starting at episode 19 and taking in the last like 3 or 4 episodes, this is the perfect amount of time because it didn't feel rushed.
no,
It's
and
like
that's what
the
I said.
progression-
Once it kicked off, episode 19 from here onwards,
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what's happening, but it's taken its time still. It just didn't rush to a magical conclusion where everything gets tied up, because life isn't like that. There's people were found, people not found. Did people escape? Did they really get them all? Did they miss some? You know.
Here's a good question. Here's a question. I don't think this either happens this episode or next episode. Masao, the one everybody hates,
Yes.
the weedy bloke who's doing nothing complain. What happened to him after he fell in that ditch?
I didn't see. I thought
You
he might have escaped.
He's one of the few. He's one of the few characters that you never actually see any kind of concrete. It's like you've got Now. We know what happened to Now. Megumi, we know what happened to her. Tatsumi. Yeah, Tatsumi. We know what happens to Tatsumi. We know what happens to Natsuko. We know what happens to the Doctor. We know what happens to Akira and Kara. We know what happened to Toshio. We know. Hang on, Toshi's the Doctor. We know what happens to most of the main characters, but I'd consider him to be a main character because of the amount of airtime he has is in this. Masao is one of the few characters we don't actually know what happened to him. Because I mean, he doesn't need to worry about breathing, does he? Because he doesn't breathe. He's a Shiki. He doesn't have to breathe. He can lie at the bottom of that drainage ditch until everything has gone past. I mean, it's like when everything burns, he's lying in a ditch full of water, so he's not going to get burnt up with it, is he?
No,
what happens to him?
That's right.
I'd love a spin-off of this centered around him.
Maybe another special would have been good.
Just for what happens to him.
But I think this is why I'm saying there's every chance of a season 2 and the story continued, but it won't be at Sadapo. It'll be in the city, or it'll be at another location as everyone tries to pick up the pieces.
Right, I think it would be in the city, and it would start with the kids.
Tara and Akira.
Tara and Akira, because did you see after the series ended? Did you see the after credit bit after the credits?
Where they go to the new home? Is that right?
Yeah, don't know. It basically shows like everyone, or nearly everyone, leaving the village.
Yeah, because it's burning down and getting back here. But those two are in the city in the hospital.
Yeah, it shows you the two of them in their school uniforms getting on a bus. And it's like they get on the bus.
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah, I've got a note about that.
Sorry, they're sitting on the bus, and a woman gets on the bus, and she looks, and Akira and his sister are sitting at the back of the bus, and there's like other members of the village, and they're all just kind of there asleep or looking really, really tired, leaving the area. Because I think at the end, there's only the doctor and the woman who works at the shop. I think they're the only two staying. The light-haired one who lifts sacks of rice.
No, I have a note now because I was going to ask you who they were because I couldn't ping them. I knew they were important. Yeah, the end of the final hunt was that wasn't their parents.
No,
in
their
general?
parents are dead. Oh, apparently, I'm reading up some notes on the novels. Yeah, you know, as oh, damn it, you know, Kari,
Yes.
Megumi's friend, the one with the baseball bat, where I was going like, I think it was,
Not to know. That's
I think it was, I think it was Natsuno. Apparently, according to the notes from the novel, you know the bit where she's standing with the baseball bat and someone walks through the door and she gasps. It's her father, and she beats him to death with a baseball bat. Or she beats him to death a second time with a baseball bat. And then she collapses. She collapses, and then she wakes up in hospital where Akira is. Akira's sitting by the bedside.
So it's left ambiguous how it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've got, like I said, I've got a note on that one. As I said, I couldn't ping who those two were. And
yeah,
it was the look between them.
Yeah, because it's like, it's just kind of, it was kind of a knowing look, wasn't it? It was kind of like one of those knowing nods you give to someone who knows the same things as you do.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. This is 100% set up for a season 2. I know we're sort of jumping ahead here, but
when was this made? 2010, something like that. There's still time.
A chance.
There's still time.
There's still a chance.
I tell you, the longest I've waited for season 2 is 19 years. It happened in the end. It's only been 15 years. Another 4 years. You never know what could happen. God, it's painful.
Here's one of the questions about this. So Satsuma has been feeding on Seishin. And I love the way he just does it. Would you mind if I had a little snack? I need a bit of a pick me up, and Seishin's more happy to oblige. Do general not turn?
Are you ready for this?
Go for it.
He becomes a Jinro.
Seishin does?
He does. He becomes a Jinro, or as they call them, or they called him in this, a werewolf. Because it's like,
well, they mention general. That's because that's what.
It's like Tatsumi. It's like Tatsumi is feeding on him. Yeah, Sumiko is also feeding on him. Which is why he looks so rough and he's constantly on drips, because he's got two people. Because he's like, if you think about it, at the end when everything is going wrong and the villagers are running around and slaughtering and all the Shiki are locked away and hiding, down in the basement with them, there's only one food bag. Human. Sorry, there's only one human in there, and that's Senshin. But yeah, he actually. That's why he survives having like his guts hacked open with a knife, cleaver, whatever that thing was. So basically, he's going to become the new Tatsumi.
Makes sense, because like he's in bed, but I didn't understand why he wasn't turning the same, story 3 times. And that's a rule so far: 3 times bitten, then you go into the coma, then you either die or turn. I think obviously the drips have been keeping him going. Then we end up with this. It sort of takes us off to the side because we go back to Ritsuko, who we hadn't seen.
Poor Ritsuko.
She is determined to maintain her soul to the very end. She's refusing to feed, and Toru is basically begging her. And flip's sake, poor Yasuo. Yasuo is the nicest character in this. Next to Ritsuko, like Yasuo is just 100% golden egg.
She's just sitting there in the corner, quivering in fear in her erotic lingerie. Poor girl. They had to catch her at night, didn't they?
Ah, dear, but yeah, Ritsuko is just refusing.
Yeah, it's like she is a trooper right to the end.
And Turu's like, well, if you don't, they're going to kill my family. Please. This is what I've been. This is my task. If I fail it, they're going to destroy my family.
But you've got to. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to take her away. Let her go. No, I can't let her go. If I let her go, it's going to cause all kinds of trouble for her. Please let her go. Oh, right, then I'll let her go.
But it was a heartfelt scene. You could see that Turu doesn't want to do this, and I think it's knowing that the villagers are fighting back, and it's all out anyway. It's time to make your choice. How do you want to go?
Yeah. But it is kind of sad when you see the two of them again, and they basically lying together on the same pallet, having been staked together.
Yes and no, because it was done during the day, so that's when they go into torpor. So I think it was a peaceful death. I don't think it was a violent death. The fact that they were just laying there, and it was just done, and they weren't like. Let's be honest, a lot of these Shiki have been just torn apart because, like I said, the anger, the frustration, the fear just all gets let out. So the deaths have been brutal. But those two were just, like I said, just staked. That was it. But wasn't it Yasu who led them? It was Yasu who, God's sake, that poor girl, when she's escaping, she gets chased out by dogs. Like, for flip's sake, she can't get a break.
I actually thought they were the dogs from the castle.
Yes, I thought they were too, but they weren't just a wild pack of dogs. Just
yeah, but then it's like I was like, hang on a minute, she's at the other place. She's nowhere near the castle.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you look a bit rough. So I fell over a few times. Got attacked by wild dogs.
But she's the one that led the villagers. That's why. Once again, this is using without loads of exposition, because if this was done today on a TV show, Western wise, there'd be like an hour of exposition. Yasu telling everybody how they were good to her and blah blah blah. We didn't need to see that, but the fact that they weren't torn apart, the fact that they were peacefully staked on their pallets, means that Yasu told them.
If this was done in the West today, Shiki would win. And it'd be some kind of like, oh, the Shiki are a downtrodden minority and they deserve to win because if you look, all these Japanese people are white.
Yeah.
And it's like it's a victory for the minority over the oppressors because they have to live hidden.
Or there'd be some sort of weird peace agreement and political shenanigans and just to drag it out. But I mean, this whole
they already did that. They already did that. It's called Twilight.
Oh God.
Oh my God! Just think, in another time and place in a parallel universe, this is Twilight.
I would have got down with that. This would have been okay. No, they just show us that the fact Yasu told them what happened, and when it came to Ritsuko and Turu, they were given a dignified death. They weren't going to be allowed to survive, and they didn't want to.
But when she actually told them where the vampires are all.
Look how everybody else was. Look at everybody else in that location. They were torn to shreds, but those two weren't.
Yeah.
They were brought out with dignity. Like you see the bags and the bodies everywhere, but those two are still laying in their pallets, like staked peacefully. It was,
See, I'm asking myself the question. I'm jumping ahead again. It's like, do all the vampires, because we know vampires rest during the day, but do they have to sleep? Because when we, in one of the specials, when we go down into like a certain place, some of the vampires are asleep, but some of them are trying to escape because they're awake.
I think it's a gradual thing, or it depends on their strength, but they all have to sleep. It's said. Are they kind of like,
are there different types of vampire? Because I've been trying to make out a list out, and I stopped making a list of different types of Shiki when I got to like 60 odd.
I think it's a strength.
Shiki is like yokai. Yokai is a type of spirit, but there's thousands of them. So it's like there's dozens of different types of Shiki. So I wonder if, like, when you get bitten, are you the same type of Shiki as the one who bit you, or is it random?
It was mentioned here it was possibly genetic, that it's already inside you. That's why some turn and some don't. Like Car, she wanted to bring her family with her, but they were their adopted family, so they didn't have the same genetics. Hence why they all died, and she still carried that guilt.
Like, now who tried to bring her like a husband and her children with her, but couldn't because of course they weren't part of her family. She was married into that family.
Yeah, so we see that the adopted one and her. I mean, there's examples of this, which once again, very subtly done. Didn't spend an hour just on that topic. We sort of get it. Like I said, you could watch this again and get all the loads filled in.
Yeah,
it's just one of them series.
It is. It's something I'll be watching this game. It's like, I'll definitely be when I'm thinking like, what do I fancy watching tonight? I'll definitely be tuning into this again.
Just to pick up even the bits that's been, the answers are there. That's what I love. The answers are all laid out. It's just done in such a great subtle way and using good storytelling that you just have to go looking and pay attention. And fantastic. Like I said, I couldn't speak highly enough of this show. Like, I've really enjoyed it.
God, I hope the next one's just as good.
Oh, that's the problem. We'll see when we spin the wheel. But there's another good scene this here when it comes to people that just been bitten or still human, just been bitten once and then commanded to fight back, because this is what the Shiki do to basically carry on fighting during the day. Is
I've got to be honest. What a great idea!
Yeah, that's what I mean. We're not the Shiki are not mindless zombies. They're thinking people, and they want to live just as much. Even the ones that are reticent, still that human, need for survival. That animals, all animals have a need to survive. An animal will kick and scream to its last breath to survive. It's just the instinct that's bred into us all. Yeah, they're fighting back, and then the fact that they're turning, but Toshio knows where the line is. It's like, no, they're still human. Lock them up, but we're not just killing them. That's the line. If we cross that line, we're no better. And I like the fact he's been able to keep a level head throughout all of this. He's the voice of reason. Because we see the village descending and be a bloodlust, a frenzy, and that's, once again, that's what happens when the moment of crisis, when the flipping pressure cooker blows. And it can either be, the fires can continue to be stoked, where you basically have a rabid mob, or you always have to temper that so people remember who they were and why they're doing what they're doing. And I just like the fact that even that's brought into this. Don't go too far. Don't lose yourself. Remember, there's still people they'll come back. They're not acting on their own will.
It goes into that game in. No, that's one of the specials, isn't it? Where it does that, where it's kind of like, this guy's been bitten, kill him.
Yeah, because that guy that it looks like an American redneck almost, but he's once again, it's the whole power dynamic. Somebody gets a bit of power. What do they do with it? Does it go straight to their head?
I'm going to say power corrupts, so they say.
Yep. Once again, that's another aspect of the human condition being explored here. That's what I mean. It's thinking, it's philosophical in a sense. It's just what happens to people when extreme things happen. It's just this is all entirely plausible and possible. We know this. That's what the horror genre does. It doesn't shy away. If you decide you're going to go and write something in the horror genre or create something in the horror genre, you have to have that understanding. You do not shy away from the bad stuff. That's the whole point, is to explore it. Because that's how we learn.
I think too many people are willing to do that. I mean, I honestly think people will disagree with me, but I think over the last decade, they say horror is, they're trying to dilute it.
Oh yeah, it's been. I've covered this in the channel.
It feels as if they're like deliberately trying to bleed the horror out of horror. I think we've discussed this before, haven't we? Many times.
But I've also discussed it. This has been one of the things I have brought up in the channel, especially even in writing. Yeah, movies are just, the mainstream movies are just milk toast. It's just the sludge factory, grey, beige, blandness. And they've been destroyed. But I've even seen it in the writing that people are trying to dictate what you can and cannot write about and what words you can use. And oh no, it has to be nice and fluffy. It's like, that's not what horror is. Horror is showing the bad things because you need to see the bad things. You can't live in a bubble. It's not safe to live in a bubble. You have to understand that there's bad things out there, and that's how you protect yourself. Not if you go down the dark alley at night and you see the gang of people, they're 9 times out of 10 not going to give you a cuddle.
No, this is true.
So you got to understand that that's why horror stories. What was that? I was in the chat in my friend's channel, the Midnight Signal podcast, and they were talking about the Grimm's fairy tales. I've only ever read the originals and the original versions, but it turns out that they've been republished. And with Hansel and Gretel, they don't throw the witch into the oven to kill her. Apparently, they do something fluffy instead.
Oh my god! It's like
Red Riding Hood, they don't cut the wolf.
They get together. They get together, and through love and determination, they rehabilitate the witch.
But once again, you need the impact of the horror of the, once again, the moment of crisis. How do you act? And it was a quick thinking of Gretel, of pushing the witch into the thing to save them, using the chicken bone. If you think back to the story, using the chicken bone to make it as if they're still too thin, so they keep getting fed, but they didn't eat the food, and you know what I mean, so they could still squeeze through the bars. Up to that moment, and actually, when it comes to it, the only logical aspect thing to do was just to shove the witch into the burning oven to finish her off. Like, once again, it shows that ingenuity and a great feat of strength, and at the moment of crisis, you act. That's what horror does. It shows that and doesn't shy away. The minute you shy away, it's not horror anymore, and it's lost its impact. And it's the impact of the story that stays in your head. The shock actually has a purpose. Same as this show, we were seeing some shocking things, but that's why it is, because it's those things that lodge in your mind, and then you remember the story. It makes the story more impactful, which is why I don't enjoy torture porn, because it's just shock for shock's sake, and there's no story, so it has the other effect going the other way. Is that it just does shocking things for shock's sake?
I understand that. I'm not a great fan of slasher flicks just because it's like shock. It's shock for shock's sake. It's like, give me story.
Yeah, but that's, once again, there's some slashers I like. You know what I mean? Each to their own. It's I can take it in context, but it's not something I watch a lot of, because once again, I just don't. It doesn't resonate with me. The original idea, obviously, Nightmare on Elm Street was fantastic. Then they cheapened it.
Yeah, I've got Nightmare on Elm Street is a great film, but it's just like, after Nightmare on Elm Street, it felt like they just started trying to outdo each other, and it got to the point where it was like, oh boy, a new film. Let's see how they've tried to outdo each other in this one. And it just felt like the shock factor became more important than the actual story. So, I mean, you saw it happen in the Freddy films. It's like the shock factor ended up being more important than the plot itself.
But it just got comical, and then you become immune, and then you don't get the story, which is did the chicken create? What came first, the chicken or the egg? That Freddy Krueger would he have naturally got caught again, but did the community's actions, were they to blame for birthing the demon? If
Yeah.
that action
Yeah.
hadn't happened, would the demon have been birthed, or would Freddy have just been eventually caught again on something else? You know, it's one of the things. Should they have spent their time keeping an eye on their kids? You know, it's the whole moral story. You have that lodged in your mind because of that first movie. Afterwards, it just starts getting cheap. And Nightmare on Elm Street is my favorite franchise. You know, from the 80s. I've always said that, but I'm happy to pick holes in it because I know as a studio, it's not the first one was a story. Was a storyteller's perspective. It was Wes Craven and his team. You know, they were telling the story. After that, it just became a studio thing of let's make sequels. 100% get behind that, and I'm not afraid to criticize it. And it'll still always have a special place in my heart because it's one of the ones that cemented my love of horror. If that makes sense. But I'm not that naive that I'm not going to pick holes in it. They sacrifice storytelling for a shock, and then what you do is you just become immune. And the whole purpose of the horror story is at some point to import a message or to explore when things go wrong. And this is shown here, like I said, the bloodlust now, where this can go wrong with the village is they just completely give in to their bloodlust, much like the story of the Shiki is. Do the Shiki completely give in to their bloodlust, or do they temper it and find another way? And we see examples of the Shiki having that internal struggle.
You could ask the question by the end of the series, like where we are now out at the end of the series and war has broken out. Who are the real monsters in this?
You don't know because there's monsters on both sides. There's good people on both sides. Ritsuko is the ultimate example of, refusing to give in. And the fact she was able to convince Toru, that final act of mercy.
I think the reason why Toru worked so hard to go and get Ritsuko to feed on whatever her name was. Yes, I think the reason he tried so hard was to justify the fact in his head that he did it.
Yeah, but also to threaten his family.
Yeah, but
remember he went against them and he was getting punished. What did he do? Remember he did something. He wouldn't turn Natsuno. Remember he was refusing to turn Natsuno.
Yeah, but it's also the fact that like when he was speaking to the young priest, and it's like, don't come near me. I'm ashamed of what I am. I'm ashamed of what I did.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he's still crying over the fact that his best friend's dead and he's partially responsible for it. But I actually think he's justifying his existence. He's trying to prove that what he did was right by making Mitko do it.
Yeah, because misery loves company.
You have to do this. You have to do this. You've got to do this to survive. I did it. You can do it too.
But once again, this is the moral. This is the moral ambiguity of the human condition. No, it's not black and white. It's all sorts of shades of grey, and people are complicated. And I hate people who think a one-word slogan or an answer is going to solve everything. It doesn't. You know what I mean? You can solve things in the short term. Sometimes you need decisive action, which is as shown, but also you can see where the danger lies of people just giving in to their worst excesses. You know what I mean? Their compulsions are hiding, and that's one of the 20. We're still there. 21st Solar. Just this all culminate. There's so many little side stories in this, even though it's just the one event that's exploring all these aspects from both sides of the fence, and it's just like I said, it's just fantastic storytelling. I love it.
I do love the fact that you've put this note here. Masu needs to die already, and he might actually be one of the few Shiki who actually survives the entire damn thing. I can't find anything about him surviving, but I can't find anything about him dying either.
No, because he's one that would deserve a death scene. He's one of the main characters. He would deserve a death scene, not just be fine death.
He is a complete and utter arsehole. He really is, and it's just like.
And throughout all this, he's still just going me, 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 me.
He's just,
That's just the way he is.
He's just whinging and complaining his way through the entire thing, and he never shuts up. And it's always Megumi who gets it in the neck from him as well for some reason.
I think it's partly he's attracted to her. He wants even this, thinking they would bond, and she rejects him still. I think there's a bit of that going on. But even in this, so-called family, he's still not liked. He's tolerated, but he's not liked. But yeah, also, that's right. Tatsuno finds a suitcase for Sunako because they realize now they have to escape, and it's only a matter of time before they discover the basement. I just very much let the right one in. I was just thinking that the whole time, and Seishin's going to be Oscar. You know what I mean?
I was just in awe by the fact she's actually got her, and it's just it's so well planned that they've been out and found a suitcase that's the perfect size for her. Mm-hmm. Doesn't need cushions, doesn't need padding. It's a perfect fit.
Yep.
It would have been more funny if it was something like a cello case.
Yeah. Just the only thing is, to have Seishin in such a weakened state, yet they're giving him the important task. It was just very, very strange. They didn't really think that one through.
I think he's kind of like in the middle of waking up to his werewolf powers, and the only reason he feels drink is because feels weak is because they keep draining him. Because as soon as he's got whatever's in that drip, he seems to be all right.
Yeah, but it's just the fact that they need him, but they've got him so weakened. Bit silly. But then again, I think it helps the plot when it goes on to the, he's basically escaping. He can't rely on just brute force and strength. He has to think of a way out of it. So I love the way Tatsumi, like, right, I'll cause the distraction. He's the one hers out in the car first of all, get them all to chase him.
That's good thinking. That's working for your money right there. That pleased me. That did. They actually thought it through. But of all the places to go, why the temple?
It's because he got spotted on the road. He was trying to get out.
Yeah, right. He
was heading out of the village.
It's like there's a secret way to get out of the village. The secret way out of the village is there's a road that passes in front of the castle, we'll call it, where the Kamehameha, whatever it's called, where the Shiki live. To get to the village, you go out the gate and turn right. The secret way out of the village is to come out the front of the castle and turn left. It's the same bloody road. It's like oddly enough, they put roadblocks. Pardon?
They had that blocked as well, though.
Yeah, but it's like we're going to try and stop these guys from escaping. Are we going to put the roadblock in front of the castle or past it? Better put it in front of the castle to keep the secret escape route clear. It doesn't work like no. It's like so when he goes off road in his 4x4 with the suitcase on the front seat.
To be able to put that in the boot.
Oh, actually, it might have been on the back seat. Yeah, he told him to put it somewhere dark because it wasn't exactly light proof.
Yeah.
Presumably they bobbed holes in it so she could breathe, but she didn't need to breathe, did she?
No, just like I said, just a case. But I would have.
That's one of the things I like. The fact that it's like you can't speak yet because you haven't learned how to force yourself to pull air through your vocal cords. It's like that's a great idea. But yeah, so he goes off road and he sees the temple. But see, this is like. But it kind of makes sense because to like a vampire from the West, would a Buddhist temple count as consecrated ground?
Is that not it's something that doesn't get explored. The only films I've seen it has been Constantine.
Yeah, because it's like, but like
using the different symbols to see what'll go. God,
Yeah.
There's one movie I have to cover, and I don't want to.
Which one?
Dracula and the Seven Golden Vampires.
Oh, I'm going to watch that review. Oh yes.
God,
this is.
I may have already reviewed it.
This is not a happy laugh, by the way. This is an evil laugh.
Yeah, God, that's once again there was an opportunity to explore East-West religions and how they are effective.
I stand by the fact that Hammer, they should have just left off. But when Hammer they had their moment, and then they the sun went down, and the sun started going down, and dusk started to settle on Hammer, and the guys who were in charge went, "Oh no!" And they tried to push the sun back up again to have a bit more time in the light, and they just produced some of the worst horror movies ever made.
Yeah.
I like horror comedy, but some of them are so cringe they're not even funny.
No. Like I said, that's one that's just it could have explored this, but was in this series,
turning the character of Dracula into a wild beast. I will never forgive horror for that. Never.
No, it was stupid.
You've got like Hammer's vampires, and then you've got the vampires in Shiki, which are more like vampires than I've ever seen vampires.
Yeah. But I'm just thinking back. It was Natsuno when he was turning. Do you remember they got both crosses and the Tibetan, or sorry, not Tibetan, the Japanese, the prayer scrolls.
Yeah, like the little pieces of paper.
Yep. So they used both to be sure. So it could be either or. It could be both. It could be neither. I don't think it's neither.
The thing is, it's like I can understand, because it's like the little piece of paper, like Shinto. Shinto is what the religion with like 10 million gods, because everything from like the planet itself to the trees to the rocks, even down to your mobile phone, if you use it long enough, has all got its own spirit living inside it. And it's like you can worship that spirit and make it stronger. It's like Christianity and most other religions have like the crucifix or the Star of David or whatever, or like some kind of like religious symbol to portray their god. Buddhism isn't about following a god; it's about following a teaching. There is like Buddha is like the central figure, but it's like Buddha isn't a god. It's Buddha. You are following Buddha's teachings to teach you and to reach enlightenment and nirvana. Buddhism does not actually have like a god figure in it that you pray to.
But
this is turned into a theology.
Yeah, but it's once again, it is exploring this. It's not like it's not relevant. It is exploring it. That's a clever thing, because it does.
I think that is the reason why he went to the temple, because he knew he could hide Tsunoka there, and no one would look there because it's a temple. Whereas if he couldn't take it to a church, because we've already seen that the Shiki are affected by like crucifixes and other religious symbols.
Yep. And the betrayal of the head monk, I think, deconsecrated the temple grounds.
Well, I don't know, because the temple grounds wouldn't be consecrated, because it's not a place of God. It's a place of learning.
No. What happened then at the temple with Shizuru? Because she was afraid to go in. She felt it. So there's something different there.
Hang on. No, that was
during the festival. The festival started. She wanted to see it, but she didn't.
Right.
Boshio led her into the temple to waken her.
Yeah, but the temple is the one that stands on top of the mountain with the steps coming up to it.
So it's not a secret temple, right? It's the actual
temple. No. Oh yeah. A lot of temples, but there are the steps that lead up to the temple.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought the festival.
No, he didn't. He took her to the main. Yeah, but it was still the temple. It was the temple grounds. There's still, there's about 4 temples in this.
But was it a Buddhist festival or a Shinto festival? because it's never explained.
No, but once again, Chizuru
Well, welcome
won't
to
go
the
into the ground.
conclusion.
Yeah.
He's religious.
But once again, the answers are there if you dig deep. That's what I love about
Because
this.
it's like
The answers are there. We've got demonstrations
yeah,
of this happening.
The festival was being held by the people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No one from the temple was there.
But there was still religious energy, and Chizuru was affected by it. Toshio purposely led her there to weaken her.
But it was like
and demonstrate to everybody it was a
kind of thing.
No, it was a religious festival.
So
it was 100% religious. It was a religious festival. They mentioned it, and it's on holy ground. It was on temple grounds. That's where they gathered, and that's what Chizuru was afraid to step into. Toshio purposely led her there.
But which religion?
I don't know, because I'd need to, once again, I would need to go back.
Yeah.
This is the thing. This is what would make you go back to this series, is go, okay, what was that? And get your notepad and pen and start, okay, that's that. That's why this is rewatchable, because the answers are there. You just need to go back with a particular question in mind to get it answered, and then you will. I think if you go back over this, any question we have will get answered within the series. We don't need to read anything else outside of it. And that's why I enjoy this. It's actually good writing. It's thoughtful. Just because I don't understand, so you know what I mean? If somebody holds up a cross and you understand what that is, even with the Shinto prayer, you know what I mean? Power, religious power has been put into that prayer, that charm, hence why it works.
Yep.
There are things that have power. I just don't know.
So I was always taught the power of the crucifix isn't the crucifix itself, it's the power of the belief behind it.
Dude, you're moving about there and your mic's going off.
Oh, wait, hang on. Can you hear me? My internet's wobbling a little bit at the moment.
Right.
Well, it's like, I was always taught that it's like the power of the crucifix isn't the cross itself, it's the belief behind it. So that if someone who doesn't believe in God goes up to a vampire with a crucifix and presents it, it'll have no effect whatsoever, because it's the belief that gives it power.
But then there's also the other lore that belief can be imbued in objects. So even if you're not a believer, it'll offer you some protection, but not as much as if you do. So that's, once again, back when storytelling was good, these things were put in, and then that's why people feel exorcisms are all, you know, I know they're very, very repetitive, but exorcism stories are always about that battle of wills and the test of faith. They've just become that, you know, rinse and repeat, that it follows the same trope. But that's what it's all about too, that you can have all the toys and the increments and the whatever, say the words, but if you don't actually believe it, it has no effect on a demon. That's, I think the same applies, but also if it is an actual religious symbol, it's not just something mass produced, you know what I mean? It's actually holds a religious power to it, then that could be as effective. You know, the person wielding it may not necessarily believe, but if the thing was made with belief imbued in it, it can still have that energy. So it's how strong or how not, you know, depends. But I think it's all covered in this. That's the thing. But I do believe that the only reason Seishin could take her there is because the temple isn't the temple anymore. I think the head monk's actions, and even Seishin's actions himself, have removed whatever protection or whatever ward. Think of it like magic wards. Do you know if you break the line of salt, that breaks the ward? So think of it that the line of salt has been broken, so that he can go in because of the head monk sections. Because is it this one we find a head monk?
No, it's
the final hunt. It's just we're coming into
right. Right, it's either the next one or the first. It might be the first special where we find the head monk. Excuse me. I remember him being there.
I think it's the final hunt. We see the head monk. Yeah, it's the one that just
Because I remember he only literally has one line in that, and I remember the line he says.
Yeah, I can finally die now. But anyway, Seishin does. He goes into the temple, hides, and this is where, like I was saying about, we're seeing this example of if you let the bloodlust take over, you become the thing you hate, and
Yeah,
everyone in the temple just gets massacred. Like,
yeah, because that was just. I mean, is he here? No, he's got to be here. You're lying. He's not here. Right, kill everyone. They could have just like pushed past them and searched.
but this is what
You're
I'm
like, you
saying
two,
about the
you two, hold these two here. We'll go and search.
This is where it's dangerous to use a mob to get what you want. This is where mob rule doesn't work, and that's why any civilized society goes against mob rule, because the mob is just a hungry beast that just eats fed, and at the end of the day, it'll happily eat itself. It'll eat anything that just goes in its path. And the scene at the temple, Toshio is able to keep a lid on it when he's there, if that makes sense.
Yes,
because he's a respected voice, so he was able to take people back from the brink. That scene where, like I said, they had the familiars, they captured him, and he said they're still human, they can come back, don't kill them. This is
and
what
they
happens.
kill them anyway.
But this is the point where they're completely unabandoned. You know, nobody's holding them in check. There's no regulation, and anyone who says no is an enemy. They must be destroyed, and it just rampages through. And it's just bloodlust, you know, and they're just getting, you know, I mean, they're reveling at this point. They've become the beast. I just think that temple saying, you know, back to the moral ambiguity and who's right, who's wrong, who's the good guys, who's the bad. Nobody is. Everybody is. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing. It's all down to individuals.
Yeah,
and the choices you make, and that's the story of this. That's the essence of what this is about. Is you have your own agency to make your own choices, and you can blame everything in the world as an excuse or use it, but you make your own choices in life. And the minute you don't own up to those or don't take responsibility, then what are you? I've fucked up in life many times, you know what I mean? I own it and try to learn, you know, move forward.
I was going to say, if you don't mess up, how do you learn anything? Nobody's perfect.
But I don't sit and go, oh, this is everybody else's fault. Oh, that, you know, what's the point?
There is no point. If you don't own up for your own mistakes, you'll never learn from them.
But
oh God, I'm moralizing. Oh Jesus.
Yeah, but that's how people end up. People that don't do that end up in a mob.
Yeah,
they're the ones that are malleable. Those are the ones that can just get pointed in a direction. Everything's shit in your life, blah blah blah. Go let it out. But those people have no introspection. They've no thoughts of their own. That's why they're usable. But yeah, that's the fact that's still good on. Like, I wasn't expecting this to go on for 4 episodes, and I wasn't expecting to still get as much out of it for 4 episodes. If that makes sense.
Yeah. It's kind of like this. It's like this, and maybe a little bit in the final, in the last episode. This is where we're actually starting to see cracks forming in what they're doing. It's like you can see like the people who are still in control versus the people who are kind of like almost losing control.
Mm-hmm.
It's like some of them are just enjoying what they're doing a little bit too much. There's a line in one episode where it's like, oh, it's this bloke. You know what? I always hated this bloke since I was a kid. I'm going to enjoy this.
Yeah. That's I said, just getting, you know, I've got permission to act as horrible as I want. I'm going to enjoy it. Yeah. But yeah, this one, the final hunt, got everyone, like, it's just everyone's blood soaked. It's just like I can almost smell this episode because it's the aftermath. It makes me think of like the bubonic plague in London, and death, just death,
Yeah.
the smell of death in the air.
I can say I think I mentioned it before. It's like from what? From episode 19.
Yeah, basically that's what we're covering.
All the way through to the end of it. That the Doctor's face, coat, everything is pretty much smothered in blood.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, Doctor, all it takes is a few minutes and a bucket of water. For God's sake, go and wash your face.
Yeah, but I think we're also these people haven't stopped. This has been like 24 hours or 48 hours of just pure carnage. They're even saying that there's some of them are falling asleep and they're trying to organize shifts and stuff because they know they haven't stopped. Like, this is a ultimate fight or flight. Like, there's no time for rest. But yeah, of course we got the Tatsumi gets hunted down by Natsuno.
Yes.
We get that final confrontation.
It's an interesting fight when it happens.
To me, it was kind of, I don't know, I didn't really feel like it was an epic battle. It was...
Yeah, it wasn't an epic battle. It was literally like Natsuno trying to get Tatsumi into the position he needed him to be in for his plan to work. I've got to be honest. When you get to like the culmination of the last fight, it was a case of like, is that it? I think like of that the last fight, the fight between Natsuno and Tatsumi, is the thing in this series that has disappointed me the most.
Mm.
But it's kind of like, it's a bit where when he actually like springs his final trap, Tatsumi turns around and says something along the lines of like, "Really? Is this it? Is this what you've planned?"
Yeah.
It should be like it should have been a massive epic fight to like, shake the roots of the mountains, like to cloud the sky over, to put the sun out. This epic, amazing fight.
But it wouldn't fit with the series though, because the series isn't about individual battles. It's about the whole. It's the soul of Sotoba against the soul of the Shiki. So these are just blips in the, in the swirling chaos.
Mm.
Like, to be honest, if it was Bleach, I would expect it 100% to be like the army stand aside and the two warriors fight. But this is just, this isn't what the story is. The story is the the individual parts, but the collective of what happens to the village and how they're dealing with us, and what happens when your world's taken apart and how you take it back, and do you still be yourself at the end of it?
But we've been waiting. We've been waiting for this battle. But like pretty much from when Natsuno came back, we've been waiting for this.
Natsuno is not as strong as Tatsumi. Tatsumi is superior. And Natsuno didn't have a training montage. It's not in the 80s film. If Natsuno had a training montage, yes, I could see it being an epic battle.
I'll have you know, training montages are still a thing in anime, mostly in comedy, but they're still a thing.
So I'm going to argue that because Natsuno didn't have a training montage, he had to do something else, and it wasn't going to be an epic battle.
Shall we put a training montage in this, boss? No, we haven't got the budget for it. Just take them straight to the battle.
Yeah, we've only one episode to wrap up the story.
If they'd have started the battle in 18 instead of 19, then training montage, Natsuno would have won.
But
like, I think like,
Natsuno's never going to win against Tatsumi. Never going to win.
Total lack of heroic journey. Shocking.
There's not enough time. Like I said, this makes it more realistic of a story. Like, I'm honestly, if there had been, I would have been like, what? But anyway, I think the most epic death in this, or however you want to put it, has to be Megami. I think we've been waiting for Megami to get a comeuppance.
Right. It's Natsune's fault that she would have escaped from this and carried on to grow to live terror, and there could be like another spin-off series all about her in the city, big city, if it wasn't for Natsuno. She comes up with this plan. It's great. She can see in the dark. Humans can't. She's going to run across this road and get away. And as she's running across this road, she looks to one side to make sure the people still can't see her, and she sees a bus stop. And she has a flashback about the man she loves and stops in the middle of the road.
Because, yeah, that was clever.
And gets caught by a flashlight. And I'm like, girl, really? It's like, no, I can still get away. I can still escape. Runs into the field on the opposite side of the road.
Which is busy a trap.
Jesus. All of a sudden, all these headlights go on, and the field is full of tractors. Not even big tractors, little tractors.
Yep.
How can you be so slow to be run over by a tractor? Come on.
I don't know. Tractors go, yeah. When they're not laden and stuff, like, I don't know, when they're off road, they're all right.
Yeah, but have you seen the size of these tractors? I've been in go-karts bigger than these. They're more like big mowers than tractors.
Well, they still win. You know what I mean? Like I said, tractors won, Megami nil.
It's like of all the ways I imagined Megumi going down, like, you know, fangs out, hissing like a cat,
No.
clawing with those big nails, with those nails she's so proud of.
Nope.
Not being run over by a tractor. Actually, no, she got run over. She got run over a couple of times by a tractor, and the last time she got run over by a tractor, it parked on her arm so she couldn't move.
Yep. And then the other one finished her off. You're just like, yeah, okay, that
Yeah.
kind of fits.
It just reversed over her head. Oh God!
But then again, why not? Why are you going to stop? Like, okay, I'm in a big machine here, and I'm going to just roll over her head and not mess about.
It was the way the tractor tire hit her face, and she kind of went, ah! And then there was a moment of pause before her head just kind of went, and the tractor rolled over her.
That was it.
That was it, bang. And then they're like, quick, let's stake her. Are you sure this is her? Yeah, you heard her. She was talking. She still got her heart set on the city, hadn't she?
Yep. She saw the thing in the side of her doors of the big city, the backdrop.
Yeah. All that anger that she was born in like some hick village out in the middle of nowhere instead of being in the middle of the city where she wanted to be, all came out at the end.
Mm-hmm. Like, that's all she was annoyed about.
That's literally that's all that mattered to her. Mm-hmm. The fact that she never got to the city.
Hilarious.
15-year-olds who'd be one.
Oh God, they're horrible.
See, that's the thing. It's like she'd have just kept the lid on it and been quiet for another year. As soon as she'd hit 16, when she went off to high school, she could have gone to a high school in the big city. The government would have paid her to have a little flat there or something.
Yeah, but that's the thing. She wasn't a sympathetic character. She wasn't likable. That was the whole point. She's horrible. So even to get her through the city, she would have screwed it up because she's not a nice person.
Yeah, like there were times when she was almost comic relief.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when she was talking. It's like the double team of Laurel and Hardy. Megumi and Masao.
Yeah. But when she went after Akira and Karu's family, you know, the way she did, and just projected on them, any sympathy was gone at that point.
Yeah, you've got to be honest though. Those scenes are absolutely amazing because you can It's you can feel it's like you can feel, you can taste the hate comes out the screen towards you.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. It's
I mean, I like you can't like you can't do that. You can't do that with just pictures on a screen. You have to have the words and the force of character to use those words to bring that out.
Yeah, once again, back to storytelling. This is made by a storyteller. You can tell it's somebody here wants to explore these ideas. They want to explore this story. This is contained. This is not 20 writers go off in different directions. This is one thought. This is one exploration of what would happen, and it's amazing.
Weirdly enough, that's something you don't see in anime. You don't see, even if it's an original anime, you do not have like, oh, I'm not writing this anymore, I quit. Oh, in that case, I'll write it. No, I've decided I'm not going to write this either. I'm going to quit. You don't see that. It's kind of like if you go up to someone and say like, it's like, oh, Mr. Writer, sir, Mr. Writer-san, we've had this idea for this story, and we'd like you to write it. Like, oh my god, it'll be a privilege, it'll be an honor, it will be my pleasure to write this for me. You don't have to pay me because it's such an honor to write this story for you. And they will write the story and they will put everything they've got into it. God, I wish they'd learn. I wish they'd learn. I wish they'd learn in the West. I really do.
You used to get the odd visionary, but everything's just gone to shit.
You're not allowed to be a visionary now.
It's corporate. It's the fast food chain restaurant. You don't train to be a chef or work in a fast food chain.
Do
you know what I mean? I always bring up that analogy because that's basically what it is.
Yeah.
Just to Chris's question there. It's a storytelling. It's everything. It's a combination. It's not just one thing. You can't just say it's one thing makes this what it is. It's the whole package.
I can answer that question with one word. Yes. Yes to all of that. Yes. The mystery part. It's like the mystery. The mystery at the start is great because it's like you know what the mystery is, but every other single person in it, apart from maybe two characters, is in complete denial against it. Supernatural part is great because it's kind of like it's the Eastern supernatural, but given a Western twist, almost so that like people in the West can understand it more. Got to be honest, the art style is kind of average. It's kind of simple, really. The art style.
But I like the simplicity of it because when it comes to like when we go to the second special, we'll just see that scene we'll see the scene in the bathtub here, but the scene in the bathtub, you know, anytime there's like horror or gore, it doesn't shy away from it. It embraces it.
Like the art in the second special. I did like the color they gave Motoko's hair. I'm a big fan.
If you think about Toshio and his wife in the abattoir, the autopsy room, the morgue. When he's carrying that was. I'm
not saying the artwork doesn't work. It's that the artwork is very, 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 very simple. But I think the simplicity of the artwork could help you like focus on the story because you're not focusing on how beautiful everything looks.
Yeah.
It isn't ugly. It's not an ugly anime by any standard.
No, and
it's like it's what I mean. This anime is 15 years old.
Like I don't think the Mariko-chan.
It's like in another few years' time, this anime will be a classic. Because of its age. It's a classic anyway. But
just to give it an example, like Mariko-chan's animation is very complex compared to this.
Yes.
And very 3D. But I don't think that would have worked with this series.
No.
It would have actually distracted you for a bit. Or modern 3D animation wouldn't have worked. This is the storytelling and the style fit. And it's very rare you see that. There's always something sort of jangling. If you look at, I'll give the Alpha and Lion an example. I don't think the animation does the storytelling in that justice. There's a simplistic
I'm
aspect.
sorry. I'm having an invasion of the body snatchers moment now. I'm pointing at you.
Do you know where I'm coming from, though?
Yeah. I understand. It's like, do you think
because of the time it was made, it was.
Mm.
I think we talked about that as well. The limitation of the animation can't show you 100% the horror what was being depicted there. That would benefit, I think, from an upgrade in animation as long as nothing else was changed.
Ooh.
But this, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if one day they did, because it's like
not a remake.
There are quite a few series which were big hits. It's like I say, the longest I've waited for a sequel is 19 years. It wasn't a sequel; it was a remake. But they remade the first season, and then they put the second season that everybody wanted. After that is an anime called Spice and Wolf, which is kind of like, it's brilliant. Spice and Wolf is kind of a romance, but by the time you finish reading the books, you've also got a degree in economy. Because it's very into trading and money lending and things like that. But it's like they've done it recently with two comedy series, Racias and Ramahalf. It's like they've rebooted them. It's like for pretty much the first time ever. It's like Japan has going back and they're looking at anime series and they're not recreating them, because the story, every single one of the three I've just
mentioned,
it's exactly the same. They're not remastering them. They're not remastering them. They're reanimating them. They're making a completely new series from scratch. That absolutely. Well, it's like Raciasura has had 2 series so far of 12 episodes. The original Raciasura has got, I think it's something like 256 episodes. So they're squashing it down. They're taking a lot of the dead air moments out of it. So they're making it so that when they finish the entire series, it's only going to be like maybe half as long, which is much more approachable than sitting down. Right. I'll give you another example. One Piece. All right. One Piece is famous. One Piece is famous. One Piece is like, right, I've never watched One Piece, but everybody tells me that One Piece is one of the greatest. I haven't even seen the live series. One of the greatest anime series ever created. There are like 1,400 episodes of it if you want to watch the anime, plus the specials. It's a ridiculously huge number, and it's almost like they're taking the series that are like ridiculously long, and they're condensing them to make them more watchable by a modern audience. I'm not against that. I am just kind of hoping. I am hoping that they actually get hold of some of the older series that don't need working on. I mean, the original Spice and Wolf was 2 series of 13 episodes each, whereas the new one is 2 series of 12 episodes each, because they condensed the story. I want them to do it to what? Elfen Lied would be great. It would be brilliant if they did that to Elfen Lied. I'd kind of like them to do it to Evangelion, because.
But you know what I mean? Just like I said, that would benefit from just a slight upgrade of the animation technique, just to really bring the story that's there. Don't change the story, but just better animation techniques would actually make it more impactful than it is, and it's still an impactful series. I don't think with Shiki it would work. I don't think this needs anything. It doesn't need any embellishment, doesn't need any upgrade. The animation style works perfectly with the story. The simplicity, like I said, the simplicity draws you in. You think you're in for an easy time, but it's still a flipping complex story with a lot going on.
It's kind of like can you imagine Shiki, as a special effects extravaganza?
No,
it would not work. It would not work. I agree.
Really?
I agree with you. I agree with you that it's simplicity. But let's go back to the scene where the doctor basically autopsies his wife while she's a Shiki. To try and find out a way. It's like, injecting hydrochloric acid into her veins didn't kill her. Let's try weed killer. It's kind of like that. That to me, that's detail. It's detailed enough. It does its job.
Yep.
There were moments in that made me go, ooh.
Yeah, and you're just your mind's left, when you get the idea. And even when he says the villagers, I did experimenter. I've got the videos if you want to watch them.
That's kind of like it's like nah man, that's it's not my king.
We believe you. Yeah, it's like okay,
we believe you. You can imagine like 10 years time he's sitting there with a brandy or something watching the videos of him like torturing his wife going, those were the days.
Oh dear, that was
while walking backwards and forwards inside his comfortably padded cell. It's another thing. Everybody who got out of this seemed to get out of it with their sanity more or less intact.
I think that would be season 2.
Apart from Makoto, but we'll talk about her later.
Yeah,
because I don't think she ever found her sanity in the first place.
No, that was already taken from her before the Shiki even arrived. But
do you know I've got to be honest, she is now my favorite character in this. I love her to bits.
Poor girl. But on top of this all, somebody's lit a fire. I thought it was Natsuno, but we know it's not. But the fire gets lit, and now we understand why they're not burning down places, because this whole valley is a tinderbox, because they never thought to dig in fire breaks.
Yeah, because they said it's like the they were talking. They were talking. It was either in this episode or the last episode. They were talking about the irrigation tunnel that they used to bring water into the field, but there's nothing growing in the fields at the moment, so the irrigation tunnel is empty. And it's like it just comes across as they're talking, like after the fire breaks out, that the entire they're in a valley surrounded on like pretty much all sides by mountains, which is covered in forest, which is covered in pine forest. And the entire thing is just one massive tinderbox.
Yeah, and they've never had a fire before, apparently.
Yeah, well, they've got the village. They've got like the communal village fire engines. Because it's like everything else. The people who are like the workers firefighters will be like people. They'll be part timers from the village. Like there'll be regular people with regular jobs. Maybe the farmers. Maybe the people who run the cafe if they weren't up at the temple like killing vampires.
But they weren't obviously the fire that rages from a 48-hour battle with vampires was maybe not in the cards, or they're planning, when they had their council meetings. So
yeah, it's almost like as soon as the fire breaks out, it's like, all right, everyone, that's it. We've got to stop killing these things. We've got to sort that fire out.
Yeah, that's all about priorities.
The entire region, the entire region is like a tinderbox. It's going to if it keeps coming in this direction, the wind is blowing. It's going to destroy the village, and if anyone from any of the other villages or the city see it, they're going to come and investigate. And how are we going to keep them out? And how are we going to explain all these dead bodies?
I like the fact that was addressed.
I love the fact it's like there's no way we'll be to explain all these dead bodies. There's no way they're going to believe that these are vampires. There's no way to check. It's like we've got to do something about this quick.
Yeah. Or all going to think for like a mass murder cult thing.
Right, they've already filled one mass grave full of these things, and they can't be setting fire to them because, like they say, fire will attract unwanted attention. They're chucking them into this big pit that sits behind like the Buddhist temple.
Plan to deal with it later. It's like okay.
Yeah. We can it's just kind of like the shrine, the little shrine hut sits on top of the hole, so they just move that out of the way, fill it up, chuck it back the other way, and try and explain about the smell another day. This is covered in somewhere else. Like don't vampires just kind of like turn to dust when daylight comes, whether they're alive or dead?
Yeah, it gets covered in the next one.
Yeah, so why not just leave all the bodies kind of like lying in the air?
But this is once again, everyone's in the bloodlust. They're not they don't have
Yeah.
time to think this. They're just living in the moment.
I would say it's spare of the moment thinking. Because like, how many times when you've got something you've really got to do it and you've got to do it now, have you panicked and done totally the wrong thing?
Oh, all the time. Happens.
I did that. I did that not so long ago. Managed to blow pretty much every fuse in the house. I used the wrong fuse wire to be fire. I used the wrong fuse wire to be fuse, switch the electricity on. Big cloud of sparks.
But that's that's what I mean. The fact that the story's thinking that there's going to be an aftermath, and that it's only the realization that there's going to be an aftermath. They're all living the moment. Once again, it's just clever storytelling, and you believe that this could happen, and that's what I really enjoy. And then the fact that they realize that it's all moot. What's the point in doing this if they're going to get burned to death? Or everything's going to go.
Yeah. There are a lot of shows that would have just like, there are a lot of shows out there, anime included, where it's like they'd have defeated the vampires and that would have been the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
The fire that was burning wouldn't have mattered because the series would have, because like the battle would be over, and who cares about the fire once the vampires have been destroyed?
No,
like,
this is,
thank God this doesn't do that.
No, this is putting you like you're having to think of the ramifications of the actions. It just doesn't fade away into the night.
Actually, I've got a better answer for Chris's question. Watch it and find out for yourself.
Yeah, this is one you definitely have to watch. You have to find it and watch it because it's fantastic. Even if you're not an anime fan, I think you'll enjoy this one. If you're a horror fan, you will enjoy this.
The story is top notch. It's like normally normally in stories there tend to be at least one or two little plot holes. Not in this. Everything is covered, and it leaves enough questions at the end for you to want a second series. 15 years and counting.
Meanwhile, the battle, I'll use that term loosely, the battle between Tatsuno and Natsuno carry on, and
it's more like a slap fight.
I think Natsuno's still trying to talk him around.
I was honestly expecting Natsuno to kind of like, find his second wind, realize he is like the illegitimate son of Bruce Lee, and just kick the shit out of him.
But no.
I was least expecting him to. I was expecting him to, because I've watched too much anime. I was expecting him to kind of like, do better.
Third
Shall
form,
I put it?
Water style. Fifth form, go. That sort of thing.
It's like big slapping technique of the North Star. We need to the next film what we do, because it does count as horror, should be Fist of the North Star. You'll love it. It's got more exploding heads and 1980s badly animated viscera than any other film you will ever see.
Sounds good.
But it's just kind of like, I've got to be honest. I lay there in bed with my tablet resting on my chest while eating biscuits. This is why I've got a big fluffy beard. It catches the biscuits so they don't end up in bed. And I was watching this fight, and I was just absolutely, completely unimpressed by it. Like, this fight is gonna happen. This fight is gonna happen, and you're expecting it to be like the fight of the ages. It's more like the fight of the aged. It's more like the fight of the aged.
Yeah, Natsuno's not a fighter. That's the thing, and we knew that the whole way through it. It's just not in him.
Yeah, but he's a werewolf now.
It doesn't matter if you're not and plus he hasn't fed enough. Like he's determined to not go against what he is. He's a bit like Ritsuko, in that respect. He's not prepared.
I think she's got that. She's got that down pat. She is without a doubt the most heroic character.
Oh, without a doubt. But Natsume
just because of their iron will.
closer. He's closer to Risky than Megami, for example. You know what I mean? I think that's why he sort of calls fire. So the outcome of that is that when it comes to fighting against a general that's experienced, he's never going to stand a chance. But why do you need to when you've got a stick of dynamite?
Stick of dynamite? You have 3 sticks of dynamite. Surprise! That's the bit where I like it, because he basically grabs these dynamites out from his pocket where he's been keeping them. He's obviously wearing very loose trousers because it didn't even form a bulge. But it's like he gets them out, and it's like Katsu is just like, really? Oh, so that's your plan? Yes, it's
Yep, and plus there's nothing to do because they're in a big hole in the ground.
Well, it's a sinkhole, so it curves inwards towards a small hole at the top. He can't jump it. There's no way he's going to climb out, because that's what he's saying. It's like, we're trapped down here, but you're trapped down here as well. And do you think this is going to kill me? You know, it's like, no, but this will.
Yep, end of story.
Where did you get the dynamite anyway? I mean, so I've got to be honest. I'm lying there, and I'm like, well, I'm sure that's cheating.
But like I said, he was never going to win the hand-to-hand fight. So yeah, he had to have, like, the fact that he didn't bring a weapon in the first place.
Yeah, but the amount of animes where it's like the hero comes to fight the villain, it's like, ha! There's no way he's going to win that fight, and he does by sheer determination and being on the right side.
This is not type of series. That's not that.
No, it's not. This totally isn't that type of anime.
Which I'm glad. Like I said, it's refreshing to see. It's not a cliche. Like, there's no cliches in this.
I kind of worked out about 17, maybe 18, that no one. I was expecting this to be kind of like total annihilation. I wasn't expecting maybe a couple of. In fact, that's pretty much it. It's like a couple of people on each side survived, and that's it. It's like all the major players apart from 3, maybe 4, completely wiped out.
Yeah, because obviously
all that's left behind is the scorched earth.
Yep. Which kind of is symbolic in itself of what this type of battle would leave anyway. But yeah, obviously we have Suneko and Seishin. They got separated in the woods. Seishin decides to hide her so he can cause a distraction.
See, I love the fact that he gets wounded but keeps running, and then decides to like hide the suitcase she's in under a bush, opens it just a little bit so she can get out, and then runs away as a decoy.
And once again, we've got the hint that this wasn't just him being turned. This is a deep connection between these two. That was the whole point.
There's more. There's more going on than just vampire hypnosis, they call it. There's more than just kind of like being commanded by the vampire that's bitten you. You see, I'm kind of glad about it, because of all the different characters, they are the two that the young monk and Suneko seem to be the ones who have. They're the only two who seem to have like a proper link between them.
Yeah. And we saw that develop. That's the thing, because you saw from male curiosity to why you hanging around, to proper affection, even when understanding what she was. And even Suneko, like, admonishing him, where you have a life, why did you try to throw it away? I need to understand why you would do that, because she fights everything in her to live. That's been her driving force, to live.
Yeah. And when she wakes up and she goes looking for him, that isn't a master searching for like a peon.
No.
For a thrall. That's someone who cares, looking for someone they care about.
Yeah.
Because the fact that when she finds him and she's trying to be quiet so the people following don't find her, she can't be quiet because she's crying. Why are my favorite characters the bad guys? Why are some of the most human characters in this anime the bad guys?
But that's the
In
ambiguity,
fact,
isn't it?
in fact, who in this anime are the bad guys?
But that's the whole question, because we see both sides have their good people and their bad people. You know what I mean? That's where it's
Hello, Mr. Hal. We're looking at you. Yeah.
no, it's a story of humanity, like at its deepest. That's what's beautiful about it. Yeah, obviously we've got the father. He's just a spirit of vengeance. He's on a rampage. He will not be denied. And I think it was fitting that it ended up at the secret temple, or the Seishin's place of solace. I think it needed to end up there. I don't think the father wasn't killed. He was just knocked out. Isn't that right? Maybe the fire. Because didn't see him afterwards.
Right. I was right. I don't know if he was I don't know if he was killed, but I do know that there's the scene where it's kind of like it shows you everything burning, and he's just kind of lying there in the middle of the flames.
Yeah,
so I think he was killed, which is a shame. A shame actually, because again, he's one of the best characters in it, because it's like it's a terrible monster from the hell, nothing can beat it. Well, I'm gonna thump it anyway.
Yep.
He's kind of like he's kind of like old, like how would I describe the father? Old school first edition AD&D barbarian. Doesn't give a crap about your magic. He's going to run up to you and punch you anyway.
Yeah, you can't cast spells if you've got broken teeth.
That's right. It's like you can't cast spells because I've ripped both of your arms off, and now I'm going to beat you to death with the gooey end. Anybody who's never played AD&D, you missed a treat. But yeah, because it's kind of like apart from a very small minority, everyone pretty much dies in this.
Yeah, because obviously Sunako and Seishin get away. Possibly Muro, but don't know. There's a possibility
that's one of the few mysteries of this, because the last you see, he trips over and falls in that culvert, in that ditch, and you don't see what happens to him after that.
No, that's left.
He isn't mentioned again. I've searched the internet, and there's like 101 theories which can go into either the camp that like he was caught trying to escape the village, or he stayed there and hid till everything was over, and then ran away.
His character the question is like killed off screen.
Yeah,
his character always killed off screen. He's not one of them characters. Yeah. It's like Megami was never going to get killed off screen. Do you know what I mean? No, and he's in the same level as Megami in terms of important characters. It was never happening.
I think he escaped.
Yep.
I think he got away.
I think that's a season 2 thing.
To what purpose? Nobody knows. But he got away. And do you know what? I kind of like that, because I think the world would be a much darker place without his constant petty whinging.
Yeah, that's like, have a look around you. What's really important right now? Me.
It's like he can't be dead, because he's like his character is so annoying. I want to be the one who stakes him. Yeah, he's kind of like.
But yeah, that's the thing. The whole thing comes in it. The Satomu just burns. The survivors that rise escape, and then we sort of skip.
Yeah. It's like I like that it pretty much shows you. It pretty much shows you the face of everyone who dies during the burning, just surrounded by flames.
Mm-hmm.
I am so glad that Sadako got away.
Because once again, it's as is how it continues. She is.
Yeah. That like that.
She is.
That last conversation they have before the end, Aaron and
Seishin.
Yeah, that last conversation they had, where it's like it it is so deep and meaningful. The fact that even though like as a Shiki, she believes she's been forsaken by God, she still fears him.
Mm-hmm.
She still fears the idea of God. And she turns around and says to her, it's like, but it's like, if God has forsaken you, you're beyond him now. There's nothing he can do to you. I'm like, wow, okay. She can't, she's given up. She's going to stay. She can't give up. She can't just lie there. She can't just lie there and like.
No, that's what I mean. Those two got out.
Got to go now.
Yeah, those two got out. And like I said, we get that scene of the Kura and Akira were in hospital. Whoever got them out of there seems to be the timing gets a bit skewed. It's like this obviously before everything happened. And I think it was from that scene in the house.
Yeah,
how the two linked up. The two basically linked up, and they're in the city.
Yeah. Well, apparently, according to what I've been reading, the person who came into the house and surprised her was her father, who she then pretty much beat the snot out of and killed him with a baseball bat. Akira was rescued by Nobuo.
But we didn't see it.
No, it hinted that he'd been killed. Because it's kind of like you saw the vampire wake up, and the next time you saw that room, the vampire was gone. It was just a pile of rope.
Yep.
But apparently he was rescued. I think he was responsible for finding Kaoru as well.
I actually
because there's a scene in the hospital. There's a scene in the hospital room where it's like she's lying in the hospital bed. Akira is lying with his arms folded and his head on the bed. And can never remember his name.
Natsuno.
Thank you. Natsuno. I keep on calling him Nobuo, and I know that's not his name. Natsuno is kind of like standing at the bottom of the opposite end of the side of the room. So I think he rescued both of them.
Kind of
but
makes
yeah,
sense.
and I think they weren't in a clinic; they were in a hospital room.
Yeah, they're in the city.
So
they weren't in the.
Yeah, I think they were in the next town along, because we know there's a hospital in the next town. So thankfully, the kids missed the battle. Because just think what kind of hellscape it would have been if they'd been caught up in the middle of it.
Yeah, but that's once again, it's sort of showing what happened. Season 2, I think, or the books would fill in the gaps, and obviously before Natsuno goes off to do what he goes to do, because it's obviously back in time. It's not afterwards, because Natsuno was there and we know what happened to him. Then the scene, like you said, with them boarding the bus, I could have sworn it was their parents. It was just but then I just recognized the two characters, I just couldn't place them. If that makes sense.
They were that, because in the end of the books, apparently, like in the end of the books, it's like the village. The village is never rebuilt. They just leave it, and the village ceases to exist. Because it's like the last scene is pretty much everyone leaving. The doctor is there, and he's just kind of like wandering around the ruins of the village, looking at the burnt remains, and wondering if it being the fact like he was all this was to save the village, but in the end the village was destroyed. So was any of it worth it? And that's the question the end of the novels leave you with. Was it worth it?
But that's what would life be like if the Shiki had have like achieved their aims? Would they have stopped at the village? Would have just carried on? Was it a conquest? Was this the stepping stone to other things? We don't know, because we don't really get the full.
Yeah, I'm gonna say right. We
plan.
know that there was a big plan. We know that there was a big idea behind it, but it's never explained. We just know that they want to take it. Right, it's mentioned. It's mentioned in one of the earlier episodes that they want to. I think it's Sunako says it. She's They want to. They want to take over the village, so they've got a safe base.
Yep.
The fact that she puts it that way makes you think there must be a plan that is going to what's the word I'm looking for? Launch from this base.
Yeah.
So maybe after they've taken over this village, they'll move on and they'll take over another village and another village and another village until there's enough of them that they can tackle the city.
But
And
once
just
again, this particular plan was foiled, so was it worth it? Possibly.
But all we have are questions because we'll maybe never find out the answers because the only person who knows is Sumiko. And she's in a suit. When the series ends, she's in a suitcase.
All right, give me 1 second, okay, before we go on the specials. I'll be right back.
No problem. The problem with this is that there's only one series, and there's the series pretty much ends in the same place that the set of novels that it's based on finishes. We don't even know there's going to be a second series. There's plenty of people and a lot of guesswork on the internet. I've got things to say. This is terrible. But yeah, after the main series is finished, there's 2 specials, which are considerably darker than the series they take part in.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I picked up a gigantic coffee mug. I think it's nearly as big as a teapot. This thing is.
I was going to say, welcome back. I've been babbling.
Yeah, that's what we're here to do. Babble away. Right, onto the specials. Now, my experience of anime specials has not been. I don't know why they're called specials, if that makes sense. They're like random little episodes that serve no purpose. So I was surprised the fact that there were specials for this, and I wasn't expecting much from them. But holy god, these are the 2 darkest episodes. Like even darker than the entire series, and this is not held back. I was impressed.
Right, it wouldn't. I don't know about the special. I don't know if the specials were actually like part of the series, because it's like you'll get to the end of an episode and it'll be the trailer for the next episode, and it shows events and characters that are in the specials. So I wonder if maybe like the I don't know.
I don't think they were, because the fact that this is completely separate as well, when you have to go looking for them, and
like the second one, Motoko. You said she is in one of the trailers because you see her sitting in the bath with her son.
Yeah, she's in the series. You see her in the series on the road, and the 2 scenes, her standing in the road with that vacant look, everybody going past her, and also the scene in the bathtub. That's
yeah.
It's in episode 19 or 20. You know, you see her.
Yeah. So it's like if it's in episode 20, special 2 must sit between 20 and 21.
Yeah, but also these 2, they jump back and forth throughout the whole Like they take events, for example.
Yeah.
Special. Let's go to this first special. This covers. Do you know why they mentioned they found the pipe? They talked about the irrigation pipe and blah blah blah. That's what they're behind, right? And it was almost off the cuff. Oh, we dealt with that, and that was it.
We dealt with that. This is because that's where I place this. I place special one. Just after, I wonder if they call them specials because, in a way, they don't deal with there's kind of like they're linked to the plot, but not.
They don't change the plot. Yeah, it's just the event. So
yeah, it's just kind of like it's something. So it's kind of like why it's kind of like it's almost like okay, while everybody else was chasing Shiki through the village and killing them there, this is what was happening over at the irrigation pipe.
Yeah, because this group went. Yes, we went and dealt with it. That was it in episode 20. That's all that was mentioned. This actually gives it a whole like its own story, which was bloody hell.
And damn, did they deal with it?
So
the guy who's in charge. Say the guy who's in charge of dealing with it. I'd save my last bullet for him.
He's the example of the one that joins the mob because they just want to vent their anger. They want to cause damage and destruction. They're the types that they're busting for it. You know that this is their chance to basically just act out. Even the fact that it was a civil servant guy. Who was he again? Was he the one?
Oh,
he's the one from he wasn't a funeral home.
The one with the glasses, the Shiki with the glasses on the top hat. Yeah, he's the funeral house representative.
Yes, that's right. Not the flamboyant one.
No, because
he's the funeral director that turned up. Like they just put the phone down. And he turns up at the door.
We'll be there right away. Ding dong.
Yes, that's him.
Comes ambulance chasers. Because slight tangent. The guy in the pink dinner suit with the top hat who's always juggling chocolate bars. Yeah, he's another one of the Shiki that you never find out what happens to. Because there's a bit where he's walking along and he drops one of these chocolate bars and it lands perfectly up on its end and he's like, oh wow, and that's kind of the last you see of him.
Did that distract him enough that he didn't go into the village again? He's off to do other things.
I don't know, because I was really looking forward to him dying because he's just such an annoying character, and I was denied.
I do think this needs a season 2.
I think
there's enough story in this to be a season 2.
I think his name was Dickhead or something like that. Yeah. That's what I called him.
Like he may as well just got the bodies and shoved them into a cannon, and shot them out. That's with sparkles.
Oh, that's in the main city. It's like when they break into the funeral home. It's like, wait, are these ones? Are these Shiki? Are these Shiki? No. I just think they're the ones that didn't rise. They just haven't bothered to rebury them yet. Yeah. Grim. Oh God, grim. But yeah, I mean, it's like right. This is the apart from Sudako, no, apart from Sudako. This is like, and a couple of the others. This is one of the few times I have actually felt sorry for the Shiki.
Yeah, because we've even got the girl who tried to turn her adopted family. She's
Mao. This is it's almost like this is I'd call it Mao's redemption arc, but it's not really a redemption arc, is it?
And she's been haunted by the ghosts of the family that she met.
But it's always come across that she didn't want to kill her family. She was doing it because she was forced to.
No, she wanted to bring them with them. Do you remember that? Like, she wanted to be together with their adopted family forever, but because they were of a different lineage, they didn't turn, and they didn't have the Shiki gene or whatever it was.
I remember her say. I remember her saying towards the end of this that it wasn't so much that she wanted her family to join her, but she wanted to join them again, which I took to being the fact that what she really wanted was to go back to being human.
It was the last stream we did. I think it was around about 15 or something, that she broke down because she wanted her adopted family to be with her. I just remember that line that she was devastated because they didn't rise, and that's where the question about the. Do you remember that back in the last?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but it's that. So that's when because every time she said anything about the fact that her family hasn't risen and she wanted to be with them, Megumi would take the piss. Because Masao would say something like, "That's not very nice. You shouldn't say things like that," and she'd basically turn around and sucker punch him in the face. But it's something she says at the end of this, where it's like all she wanted was her family around her.
And yeah, just they're trying to live, like they're just trying to hide this out, like they're still human, if that makes sense. Even though they're Shiki, they're still got that human. Right, we just want to survive. Like not everyone that was turns into a bloodthirsty killer, if that makes sense. Like they're just happy to live their life and maybe drink a bit of blood here and there.
Yeah,
they don't revel in what they are. They're still getting to grips with their new reality.
Right. It's only the West that has turned vampires into monsters. This is why you have like Count Dracula, and you have thinking, rationalizing creatures elsewhere. Dracula is just a monster, a hissing, raving beast that kills people to drink blood. He shouldn't be. He certainly isn't in the book.
No,
and he certainly isn't in the early Dracula movies.
Not the Bela Lugosi ones, anyway. I have Sword on Christopher Lee's Dracula. And I'm not blaming Christopher Lee for it.
No, Christopher Lee's Dracula, just because of the acting performance of Christopher Lee, should have been the greatest Dracula ever. Unfortunately,
Hammer wrote the scripts.
It didn't get written that way. Like I say, Hammer should have stopped producing. Like when Hammer started, when the sun started to set, instead of like fighting, instead of trying to fight it, Hammer should have just. They should have just let the sun.
Do you remember when Christopher Lee got his OBE? Was those OBE or his knighthood?
He's got both. We had both.
I think he got the OBE first, didn't he? When he got his OBE and he admonished the reporter for calling him the king of horror, he's like, "I haven't done a horror movie in 37 years. Shut up, you silly woman."
Oh, God bless him.
Like even back then, that was he's just sharp as tack. He had a dry sense of humor.
But he's nobility, you know.
Oh, he's like proper. Like he was in Fleming's cousin, and
he's technically he's a prince. Technically, he's like a prince of some Eastern European country through blood.
Oh yeah, definitely gentry without a doubt. You know. But I thought
Fleming, friend, met Tolkien.
He talked about that. In fact, I shared an interview a while ago with Terry Wogan. Like, he just met him in a pub, you know, because they're at university, Oxford, and it was somebody knew him, and it was just like a "Hi, how are you?" sort of thing. But still, that's the only time he said he's been completely starstruck and couldn't speak.
It's pretty hard to imagine Christopher Lee being starstruck. I think it'd be the other way around, and people would be starstruck by the fact that.
No, but he's still a student. He was only a student when he met him. He hadn't even been an actor.
I've got Christopher Lee's
when he met Tolkien, he was a student. He was like 19 or something.
I've got Christopher Lee's autobiography, and Jesus, the things that man has done.
And the things he won't talk about either.
Actor actor, activist, war hero. The favorite film he was ever in, no one has ever heard of. The greatest film he said he'd ever been in, nobody's heard of. It's a film called Jinnah.
I think you mentioned that. Yeah, I've done loads
So
of
it's,
it.
anyway, it's not a horror movie, it's a biopic. Anyway, back to Shiki.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Tangent alert. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Tangent number 102 of the night. We're doing well.
This special just shows people with bloodlust. Like, it's all about power dynamics, isn't it? The hunters are the humans now, and they're not showing mercy.
Yeah, it swaps the entire monster dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
It completely swaps sides. It's like the humans are now the monsters, and like the Shiki they're just trying to get away.
They're the hunted. Yep.
Yeah.
The random bitchiness as well. Like, the leader of this group is just out for. He just wants to hurt things. He just wants carnage. He wants the payback, and he admonishes the cafe owner, isn't it?
Yeah.
That
because
you haven't had anybody come here. How dare you don't get to speak or something? He hadn't even said anything. Just picking on him. You're not one of us.
Yeah. Like, you're a newcomer to the village. You've not lived here your entire life.
You're not affected by this. This guy basically all he needs was a straw. Do you know what I mean? In dungarees, like he was the Japanese equivalent of a redneck.
He did all he needed was like a pair of cowboy boots and a straw coming out, like a wheat stalk or something coming out of the corner of his mouth. Just maybe like walking music played on a banjo.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
he's just kind of like, yeah. He went up to being my least favorite. The moment he walked on, it's like that's it. That's my new least favorite character in this. Like, Masao, I hope you survive.
I think once again, this is so clever. It's just showing not everything's simple and straightforward. You have to, this is all down to the individual. You choose your path, and this guy's chosen his path. He just wants to hurt. And then when they come across the three Shiki, because this takes place during the day, so that they automatically go into torpor, so they can't do anything. They're helpless.
That's what makes me question it, because some of them do, but some of them don't.
How deep are the tunnels?
It's I don't know.
Because when they get to the last of them, they had to bring them out for dawn to rise, so they went from day to night. I think these are irrigation tunnels, or like they service the whole valley, so they're quite deep.
Yeah, they are. They bring water into the farm fields, and then they split off, and there's sluices that you open.
Yeah, so I think this is like an entire day. Like, that's why we're not seeing the other group fall asleep. I think it do, but we just don't see it. This is the efficiency of the storytelling. We don't need to see the other group fall asleep, because we just need to see the three that they're dealing with, because this is the test.
Right. So see, right, there's the guys who are going down in the tunnel, and there's the guys who are doing like the disposal of the bodies.
Yes. And
it's like there is a point where it goes, right, should we swap out with the guys on the surface?
Yeah. This has been going on all day. That's the thing.
It's like they don't really talk about how long this is taking, do they?
No, but you get a sense. It started off in the daytime, and it's went through the night, and then it goes to the morning again. So they've been working on this basically. This is all 48 hours. You know what I mean? The whole thing, the battle is 48 hours, like 2 full days, 2 full nights, and they haven't these. If you've ever tried staying awake for 48 hours? Like,
no, but I know someone who has.
No, but even not even the marathon stream. Yeah, not even that there, but even times when we're in exercise and stuff, or on ops, you have to you don't sleep. There's times you just don't. You might catch a cat nap or something, but you're on the go. Like, if things are really like ramped up and intense, and even training, like you can go 2-3 days. Like, the rule is you can basically go 72 hours before you have to get take it off or relieve, because then you become ineffective. You're no use. you start to break down. Like anybody can do 24 hours. 24 hours is easy. It's the hitting into the second, day, and this is people's mentally starting to break down. And I think that series, these last few episodes, done a fantastic job of showing this. And we're seeing it here. These people are breaking down. Like they're emotionally, they're physically exhausted. They're fighting for their lives. Also, the anger is keeping them going. Like we're seeing all of this play out. And I think that's part of the reason why I think you see it with chain gangs and stuff, with people working fields, where there's songs and stuff, because that's a way of keeping you going during your mind works, your body follows, sort of thing. It's your mind gives up before your body does, unless you hit like peak exhaustion, and then you just drop.
See what that's one of the things that struck me, the fact that I can't remember if it was in the last episode or is in this, where they're kind of like carting the bodies out and wrapping them up, and they're singing while they're
doing this one. It's this to start singing the song.
It's like they're singing kind of like a work song as they're going on, because I think some of the Shiki in the pipe are like, can you hear singing?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of thing. And it's,
but that's where we get the scene where one of the girls is like, well, you're strong, well, I've left the bags of rice. They're basically treating this as if it's harvest.
Yeah,
this is mentally to get themselves through this. It's a harvest, and they've just went and they're harvesting bodies. They're just, how else do you cope? How do you shut out the absolute carnage that you
become a redneck.
You just have to, this is just the day job, and you just
do it. That's why I think redneck guy was so redneck. It's his coping. It's like permanent anger is his coping mechanism.
Yeah,
because if you haven't got a coping mechanism, you're not going to do that. I think that's the problem with the couple the man and the woman who own the coffee house. They haven't got a coping mechanism, because I think they say pretty much during at the beginning. I think his wife says to him, it's like, go home. No one will think any worse of you if you go home. And he's like, no, I can't.
No, they would think worse of him if he did. It's that he's already picked up. She wasn't part of that conversation. That the hostility, if they do not join in, then the hostility will turn towards him. Anybody who's an outsider at this point is a target. And that's that's humanity. That's the way people are.
But it's like at the same time, anybody who is part of the community is a target, because like, look what happens when those two guys get bitten, not turned, just bitten.
Yeah,
and it's like the Shiki, the vampires who bit them, die in the act of biting them. They're literally ripped to pieces by the gang down there. But because you've been bitten, you're a threat, you've got to die.
Yeah.
They
basically it's a zombie bite rather than a vampire bite.
Yeah. They pulled one guy off the ladder. Jesus. Yeah. And I'm just like, wow, okay, that's where this is going. It's like it is. It's so much more powerful than the last 22 episodes.
Yeah, I think it's just driving that point home. With
so
animalistic.
Dark last 22 episodes.
But we've all got that in us. That's what I love about the horror genre. We all anybody that denies it is a liar.
Yeah, I wonder, and I'd like to know what time. Like this is obviously not kids anime. This is like an adult anime. Yeah, there's a lot of horror. Right, so when would this have been shown at night? Because I wonder if this was shown at like, I don't know, 11 o'clock at night, were the specials shown later, which is what makes them specials. Because I've known it before where there's been like, the conclusion of this story will show next week at, instead of showing at 10, it will show at midnight.
I would believe that, because these are grim.
I'd love to find out, but there is absolutely nowhere I can go back and check when a show originally aired in Japan 15 years ago.
Yeah, I don't have that database.
Yeah, great. New time.
But yeah, this is what happens to people. This is fear. This is anger. This is just that. This is the stampeding herd. This is just a pure example of it. And we've seen this, like I said, so many times. This just shows the brutality of it. The leader is like, you will be as tough as me. You will not give quarter. There will be no discussion.
He's Gunny from Full Metal Jacket. Is it Full Metal Jacket?
Gunnery Sergeant Hartman? No, not quite. I would argue that Gunnery Sergeant Hartman was a good character, as in a good person.
Oh, he's a great. He without a doubt, he was a good person.
He wanted his Marines to survive. That was the whole purpose of being so hard on them. That he knew what they were going to face. Him to do any less would be to send them to their death.
Right, that film. The first time I saw that film, it mouth wide open, jaw droppingly shocked me that how Gunny died. That Gunny actually died in the end, because it was so obvious throughout that he was just doing his job.
I mean, you see them change. When it comes to the end, that already that was the point.
Yeah, you see them turn from being civilians into soldiers throughout the course of that movie. He's doing his job. He's very good at it. He knows what he says to motivate people. He knows what he needs to say to get people off their asses and doing the things they should do. The fact that it's like the fact that some lunatic turns their gun on him, and the suddenness in which it happened, absolutely blew me away.
No, it's definitely a classic movie.
Absolutely.
Second half of that movie, though, not so much.
Yeah.
It kind of.
We've gone on to war. Talk about tangents. We've gone on to American war movies now. I do apologize.
I think I don't see the cross. This is just a mob leader. This is that guy that goes, "There's the witch, burn the witch." That's who this guy is, and he enjoys it. The fact that the Shiki are just hiding and scrambling and just terrified, but the fact that they're all dragged out and left in the sun to die slowly. That's torture.
I think the fact when they're crawling down these tunnels trying to get away, and he's just kind of like, yeah, they'll never get away. The tunnels down there get so small, not even a child can crawl through them, and they're all crammed against the end of this tunnel, and they can't go any further. And it's like every so often one of them just screams and gets dragged backwards out of the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
That's the horror of horror. That's the epitome of horror. I mean, Jesus, just it's waiting there to die, and they know it's coming.
And just the fact that they happen to be vampires is not to do with it. It just shows that. And we've also seen the others. We've seen the vampires of Shiki that relish in what they do, like particularly in the when they're out in the hunt and they actually enjoy. So we've seen it for both sides. That's what I mean. That's what makes it so thought-provoking. Yeah. This is human. This is the way people are. You point people a certain direction. You release inhibitions. Inhibitions are there for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
Your inhibitions, your societal, taboos are there to stop us turning each other apart. Because once they go down, that's all we do. And some people do it out of necessity. Some people actually enjoy it. But the way these were staked out, that was sadism.
That was
wanting to take pleasure.
My God! I mean, if you're gonna kill something, at least give it a quick, clean death. It doesn't matter what you're hunting, who you're hunting. Give it. You don't have to draw its death out any longer than you need to.
No, that's what this was. This is not, that guy was not a hunter. He's a sadist. And that just proved it. He was directing all this. The fact that the guy, but this is the moment for the guy in the cafe. The flashback to the conversation that they had at the start when everything was normal, he's looking at this going, it's wrong. That's when he picks up the spike and he just starts ending them all, with the mercy.
Surely that's what any decent human will do. That, I mean, he's not killing them because he hates them. He's not killing them because he's not. No, I can't go further than that. He's not killing them because he hates them. He's killing them because it's the kindest thing to do.
Yeah.
Rather than just let them sit there and just burn.
And that's him keeping his humanity. He's like, he didn't compromise himself, as he's still the same person. But at the end of it, that's him. He's broken. He's just like, what the hell? But yeah,
would he even be able to recover from something like that?
That's changed forever. That's that's your worldview. That's you as a person.
It's like,
you don't go through something like that.
Because I don't know if you actually like. I'm pretty sure at the end of 22, at the end of the final hunt, he's one of the characters you don't see. Because it's like you see a lot of the characters who survived this, either like walking through the remains of the village or getting on buses to leave. But you don't see him or his wife. I think in a way this is the saddest one. I mean, in a way this is also the saddest one.
Oh yeah.
Because it shows how far people are willingly. Well, it shows just how far people are willing to fall.
Once again, when societal taboos, when the social contract is broken, this is what you get. There's a reason why civilized society. And I know you've got all these silly children, down with the system, man, down with this, but there's a reason we have a system, we have systems in place, or we have social contracts, so we don't devolve into this.
He's with what these internet warriors who are down with the system don't realize. Once the system is gone and like telecommunications crash and the electricity's off, how are they going to post? Yeah, we won, man. The system is gone on the internet.
But also, when humanity devolves into its base state, they're the ones that are getting hunted. They're prey.
I can light fire with sticks. I'm all right.
Yeah, some was the last longer than others. But
I know how to chop and skin a rabbit, but that's another story. But yeah, it's just kind of like it just shows what, I'll say, in the wrong situation people are capable of.
Oh yeah, that's
because that guy could be the guy who like pumps the petrol at the local garage. Like he's a gas pumper. He could have a wife at home, a couple of kids, an anime dog. He's like, he could be the nicest guy. He could be the kind of guy who helps little old ladies across the road, gives people his umbrella when it's raining so they don't get wet. He could be the nicest guy ever, but in this situation, he just turns into a complete and utter predator.
Yeah, that's James Herbert explores those. I need to start picking up James Herbert again. Shame I lost all those books.
I haven't read a James Herbert book since Domain. Because I was a fan of the Rats. I was a fan of the Rats series, and the way the Domain ended left me feeling a bit.
Need to revisit that again. But the Rats were just a narrative tool. That wasn't the story. It's how people acted.
No.
Same as the Mist, the Fog. You know what I mean? It's I always get them mixed up. He did one of them anyway. I think it was the Fog. It shows how people react to getting their mind altered. You know what I mean? It's that was always one of his things.
Yeah, I think like we discussed, horror is a very kind of like, I'm going to put this, it's a very social kind of genre. It's kind of like it's more about the people than the monsters that are portrayed.
Yeah, the monsters are just the tool. That's the thing. The monsters are just there to drive the narrative. It's how people react to the monsters and deal with the monsters and succumb. You know, that's the real story, and that's what this has done. This second special, like, This
Yeah,
was
yeah.
dark.
It's if the right. I thought the first special was dark. The way kind of like we've seen, like I say, we've seen hints of it in the series, but the first special flips the whole monster victim thing, and it's the Shiki who are trapped and can't get away instead of the humans who are trapped and can't get away. But this second one is just, it's a fall into chaos.
This is the story of Motoko. She works in the roadside cafe that leads out of, basically leads out of the village. She's a worrywart, helicopter parent.
I put it down as being like incredibly stressed and incredibly worried.
Yeah, it's her own thing. She projects out, she wraps her kids in cotton wool. She doesn't trust them. She walks into school, yet even her friends say to her, her work friends, like, you've raised your kids right, they'll obey you.
Yeah,
they're good kids.
I don't think it's because she doesn't trust her kids. She's terrified of the highway. She's terrified of the road. She's terrified of her kids being hit by some outsider speeding through the village, going to God knows where. She's not a helicopter parent. She's terrified for her children's lives.
That's the same, that's the same thing, because the other parents aren't doing it. She's got this fixation.
A helicopter parent isn't a helicopter parent someone who wants their child to succeed so much they literally take control of their child's life to make sure their child is doing what they need to succeed.
No, it's the parent that basically is always hovering over them, won't let them get on a skateboard in case they fall off. I think it's a combination, but it's mainly, oh, don't play on that. You need your pads, or you'll fall off or you'll hurt yourself. Don't let them play on the swings. Won't let them in the climbing frame. Won't let them go up a tree.
So I wouldn't call her a bad mother for that. I'd say she's definitely overprotective.
It's all about the extremes, isn't it? And that's what this is covered. This is showing the extremes. I like the way that it's being brought in. Oh, I didn't get any sleep last night because we're woken up because of the trucks. So we're right back to the start. This is
it's literally. The bit at the beginning where it shows her, she's kind of like what? Is she walking across the bridge in the beginning?
Yeah, she's walking her kids to school. She's late for work because she walked her kids to school.
No, it's a bit where she's walking somewhere and these people run past her and it shows you the date and then it goes and everything just rewinds.
Yeah, because that's the bit where she's on the bridge and everyone's like,
it rewinds to the point where she's walking her kids to school. So what a great beginning. So it's like we're going back right to the beginning before this happened.
Essentially, what we're having is Motoko. We're going to see Motoko's journey through this whole thing, from start to end.
It's kind of like Motoko's war diary. Jesus, does she get through it?
This is where basically her father-in-law dies. He gets sick, and Toshio turns up and starts shouting at them, "How dare you not bring him to me?" Blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, that would be me.
Right. Question. Serious question, yeah? Looking at him, yeah, her father-in-law was an absolute unit.
Oh, yeah, he was a beast.
Square shoulders, square head, square everything. He was an absolute behemoth of a man. Why are all the old blokes in this village built like, trucks?
A whole lifetime of hard labor, muscle memory.
Right, okay. Because where do I sign up for one? So the bloke built like a stick. Where do I sign up for one? But wow, yeah, it's like the scene is like why? It's like, doctor, why is my husband dead?
Yeah,
Like,
I
'cause
need
you
to do
didn't.
an
Why didn't you?
autopsy. Find out.
Why didn't you bring him to the clinic? Oh, you're not getting hold of my money. It's like, why didn't you bring him to the clinic? Why is he dead? Well, he's dead because you didn't bring him to the clinic. And it's like, I need an autopsy. You're not cutting my husband up. They're like, because he wasn't under my care when he died, we need to find why he died. And she gets her wallet out. Okay, how much do I need to pay you to fake the death certificate?
She obviously doesn't know Toshio that well.
Yeah, it's like it's what I'm kind of like, do you know what? I kind of dislike this character already.
I think you're meant to.
It's like she's kind of like there's something slightly unhinged about her, but I already think there's something slightly more unhinged about her daughter-in-law.
Well, the fact that she slaps Motoko and like full
Right,
on slap to the face, and Motoko just takes it and then steps outside and
Right,
switches like
right.
nothing happened.
Did you notice that when instead of hitting the doctor, which is what I think she wanted to do,
Yeah.
when she like slapped Motoko, did you notice that Motoko was already turning her head before the slap arrived?
Mm.
She knew that was coming. She absolutely knew that was coming. How long has this poor girl been living under that kind of abuse?
Yeah.
I'm just like, wow.
Talk about monster-in-law, you know.
Wow. It's like, so it's another of those questions. It's like when you meet Akira and Kari's mum, it's kind of like, are the Shiki the real monsters in this?
But that's the thing as well. That would explain why Motoko's so protective of her children, because she doesn't want them to see that. And even when that happens, she's outside and she flipped the switch as if everything was all nice, but stay out of that room,
Yeah.
you know. And
The moment where it's kind of like, what is it? It's a ball that bounces off the screen door, isn't it?
Mhm.
And she goes outside. And don't come anywhere near Grandad. It's like she goes from being like this timid little, I don't know, mouse-like character who trembles at everything to being an absolute tower of strength for the entire period that she is talking to her children.
Mhm.
I like her as a character. I think she's absolutely great.
This is
I
when
also think she deserves all the hugs.
I think that's their problem. Like her husband doesn't stand up for her against his mother. She's put everything into her children. So when this happens,
Husband, do you know? I don't remember seeing her husband.
he appeared once.
I remember like the scene that we just talked about, where their father-in-law dies. I remember the father-in-law lying on the floor. I remember the mother. I remember the mother-in-law. I remember her. Don't actually remember her husband.
The husband appeared
If he was
briefly
in that scene,
and gave her a sort of
he's
half hug.
such a grey background character that he actually melts into the background.
Yeah, once again, that's part of the problem.
Dang.
He's a weak man. He didn't stand up for his wife. He lets it happen. He knows it. He knows what his mother's like. And yeah,
Wow.
that was part of the reason why, once again, I think Motoko puts everything into her children, because she's in an unhappy marriage and an unhappy family life. And when that next morning, she goes in to get them up for school, and her daughter's obviously bitten. God, that was a sprint. Like, she just sprints to the clinic. Like,
that was God. That is such a harrowing scene.
And then
you can feel the panic. And then when she gets there,
it's closed because Toshio's experimenting on his wife. So that puts us right in the time. This is like right at the
he's up
back
he's
in the
upstairs.
timeline.
It does, doesn't it? Because it gives you like as it goes through, it's like it shows you events happening with regards to like her perspective of them, and it gives you the dates, so it's like roughly, if you know roughly when in the story things are happening. But the fact that she can't get medical treatment for her dying daughter because the doctor is busy basically torturing his vampire wife.
Yeah.
She goes running to the clinic, the new clinic that's opened up at the other side of town, and it's closed because they close early. Oh no, sorry, it's like they're only open from like 9 p.m. till 10 in the morning or something like that.
Yeah, it's stupid times that they're open, yeah.
Mm.
But then we have the other scene, her friend, Kaname, who's a very well-drawn character. Like, it would be a toss-up between her and Ritsuko. Like,
oh, dear, dear.
That's... they drew it.
I thought you only had eyes for what's her name from Bleach.
Ritsuko,
the one with the clippers.
Ritsuko. That's what I said. She's a close second.
Right. You are only allowed one waifu. Technically, that's not allowed. Not true. You're allowed one waifu per series. But why would you cheat? Come on.
No, that's what I mean here. But obviously Ritsuko got staked, so obviously maybe. But yeah, we'll have this whole scene with Kaname, obviously, and it happens to her mother too. And I think this happened during the series, didn't it?
I think
Kaname's mother.
It's like you see, you don't see her mother come home. That's in this. It's in this where you see her mother come home. But you do see a bit when it's actually revealed to the villagers where the Shiki actually are real. They do exist, and they go around knocking on people's doors, asking questions like, "Have you seen any like people living in houses where people are supposed to have died? Have you seen anything mysterious happening at night?" Her mother's kind of like in like the dining room, because that's when she comes back in and she goes, "You don't need to attack on from now on. I'll feed you." And then it covers that again in this.
Yep. And
but we've missed something very important out. The fact that she goes out, Motoko goes out, and when she comes back, her son is ill, and he's been. Oh yeah, that's it. That's when he's been bitten on the ankle.
Her mother-in-law turns up at the clinic and just takes her daughter off her and brings her back and admonishes her for it.
I'm talking about the bit where it's like after her daughter has died, her son gets bitten, because that's where you see the bite on his ankle, and her mother-in-law's asleep next to her, and she's like, "Are you really asleep when my son has been injured?" And she gives him a kiss.
Yeah. Like that's it. She just snaps.
It's like, was I the only one standing up applauding her when she did that?
No. I was like, yes.
The question is, was her mother-in-law already dead, or did her, because of the anger she felt at the sight of the fact that her son was now ill, actually kick her to death?
That's the question. I'm going back to the slap. The mother-in-law wanted to slap Toshio, but she couldn't because of his status.
Her instead.
So Motoko.
How long has she been the whipping dog for that woman?
And the fact that her husband let it happen, didn't stand up. Is that because of his father?
I get the feeling that was an arranged marriage.
Yeah, that's not a happy marriage.
Yeah, that nobody had a say in it, and it was kind of like it was some part of some deal or something, which is still totally a thing.
But once again, this is the human story. This is what happens when people get pushed to the edge. That's what this whole series is about, actually. More than the vampires are just a narrative tool, but this is all about people reaching that point of no return. And what do you do? Or the moment of crisis, what are your actions? And people react different ways. And this is Motoko just lashing out because the only thing that makes her life worthwhile are her children. and now she doesn't have them, and that's it. She's just broken.
It is kind of weird though. It's like she gets her sick son. She gets her sick son who is now sick and dying because he's bitten by a Shiki, and she goes and hides in the bath with him,
waiting for him to turn because she's been around. She knows what's happening.
I get because of what happens later on with her friend. I get the feeling she's doing that so she can protect him.
Oh yeah, she doesn't want them. The hunt is on at the moment. That's what I mean. The Shiki are getting hunted.
She's going to protect him in the same way her friend is protecting her mother.
Mm-hmm. That's the parallels. The only difference is...
Yeah, the only difference is that her son doesn't come back. In fact, he turns into soup.
Yeah, because rotten corpses tend to do that.
It's that line where she's standing there like, oh my god, why do you smell so badly? Oh, it's because my son turned into goo. It's like, oh no, my son dissolved is the way she put it. Yep. So then we're in the bath and she strokes his head and just the scalp comes off. Oh no.
This is proper unashamed horror. It's fantastic.
It's like oh, it's so bad I had to rewind and watch it twice. Oh dear.
But then that's where the resentment comes in because Mariko realizes that Kaname's mother's turned, and the unfairness of the universe of why her, not me, sort of thing.
So she does the only thing she could possibly do in that kind of situation. First group of people she comes across who are looking for Shiki, she dobs a friend in.
Yeah, that's
it's understandable, really, isn't it? I mean, I have to be honest. I cannot honestly sit here and say I don't understand why she did it, or I can't sit here and say that like what she did was wrong. Because I can understand the reasons why she did.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. That's what I mean. This is where this isn't a black and white. It's the whole idea of here's the goody, here's the body. No, this is the human condition. This is what happens when stress is applied to psyche and how different people react. And this is Mariko. She is broken. Like she was already partly broken. The only thing keeping her home with her children.
I think more broken is a good way of describing it. Because
the only thing keeping her functioning were her kids. That was her only reason for existing.
She was living for her children, and now her children are gone.
And then that's it. And I just thought it was amazing, though, that because I called it wrong. I thought it was Natsuno. But then when I think about it, the fight at the bottom of the ravine wouldn't have made sense. So Natsuno couldn't start its fire. The fact that it's her and nobody notices her really, like she's just walking with the jerry can.
It's like when she wants it, when she finally loses her mind and goes on like probably one of the, I've got to be honest, one of the greatest. It's one of the greatest tellings of like self-destructive revenge that I have ever seen, and I will die on that hill if I have to. It's so well told. The end of the story is so well told, and it's like, but I thought when she loses her mind, when she finally loses that grip on reality, it's almost as if she becomes invisible to everyone around her. Everyone is so busy doing their own thing and fighting against the Shiki and pulling together that nobody notices this girl this woman in the bright dress with the bright blue hair,
with the can of walking up the hill, muttering to herself incoherently.
Yeah, it's like it's like the little girl in the red coat in Schindler's List,
Mm-hmm.
who is seemingly invisible to all the chaos that's going on around her. It's like what's it, Makoto's there with their kind of petrol.
Yeah, that's
Brilliant.
Yeah. But the fact was, she's the one that starts the fire. And
You could see how far you could see how far she was gone by the fact she was standing there and her arm was on fire.
Yeah, didn't even like. That's it. Well, also the fact that she hasn't eaten or slept or anything. She's like, even her state in the bathtub was it horror enough. But yeah, to think that's what brought everybody down and nobody noticed her. Like, is that not a lesson as well? Like, once again, back to community. You look out for each other if you're part of a community. That's the whole point of having one.
The one person who was no longer part of the community because she took herself away from everything is the one that destroyed everything.
Yep. This is definitely I have enjoyed all of this. This is fantastic. And I don't normally gush about stuff, but I really love this. I didn't know what to expect at the start. I love the way the simplicity of it actually added to its complexity.
It pulled out a lot of stops about halfway through when it began to reveal more of the side plots that were going on, more about what the Shiki wanted and why they were like. It never actually, they were building a base of power, but you don't know why they were building a base of power. The fact that it's like the Shiki weren't the mindless people destroying monsters that you see in so many movies that come from this side of the world is an absolute joy. It's like the fact, it's a human story from both of the points of view.
Oh yeah, and everybody reacts differently, and it's once again it's that whole story of when in an extreme position, what happens to you when that stress is applied. Do you become a better person? Do you get forged in the fire, or do you break? What happens when the norms of society breaks down? What do you become? You're no longer fettered by social norms and constraints.
Yeah, in the end, in the end we started off with two groups, Shiki and the villagers. By the end, they were all monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Story in there somewhere.
Yeah, that's don't become the thing you hate, sort of thing. There's redemption arcs on both sides. There's monsters on both sides. It's,
you know, I miss this kind of story. I really do.
That's why I can't get excited about new movies and stuff. Like this reminds me what I seem very critical of stuff, but this shows me the storytelling's possible.
Yeah, I think one of the things is this as well is like I use Hollywood as an example. Hollywood was still producing stories like this when this was new. We have to remember that Shiki's 15 years old.
Yep.
So it's like we haven't really seen anything new. Most of the stuff we've covered has been quite old.
Yeah, it just happened to be that we'll find the list.
But it's like you will be glad to know that this kind of story is still being made.
I'm glad because it gives me hope that storytelling still exists, and that just by transferring it to a different medium doesn't mean it has to be lost. This whole idea that because something's put on a screen, it has to be dumbed down and
storytelling still exists, but it's almost as if like the majority of people don't want complicated stories. They don't want something that they're going to have to sit there and concentrate over for 90 minutes in a cinema. They want explosives, falling anvils and idiots. It's like they want a nice, simple, flashy, showy story that's really, really simple to understand, and in the end, the good guy always wins. As an example, I'm going to use, like, you know, the last two Avengers movies, End War and whatever it was.
Oh God, I'd already given up. Like
they should have,
even before it became fashionable, I'd given up. Never.
Right, the second film didn't exist. The film should have ended with Thanos snapping his fingers, because the fact there was going to be a sequel after that meant that Thanos snapping his fingers and destroying half of the living creatures in the universe had no effect whatsoever, because they were all going to come back.
But you have to understand
what a complete and utter waste.
I think that's the difference. That's the difference as well. I'll even go back further. The Transformers movie, 1984.
Oh wow!
Kids,
be careful.
Not in our side of the pond. No, not in our side of the pond, right? I think we're just different breed now. Unfortunately, thanks to the internet, our culture's being eroded with dummy Pakistani culture. But over their side of the pond, kids were leaving traumatized because they couldn't deal with something that wasn't fluffy. And if you think about like the start of the Transformers movie, like how many characters were killed, not even before it got to Optimus Prime, like slaughtered. And that was their side of the pond. They were traumatized. They couldn't deal with that. I was in an American cinema watching the Infinity War, right?
Yeah.
And you could just see the tears. Like, the Americans couldn't deal with it. It was like, the bottom lips and all going. Like, I'm just like, what the fuck? That's a dramatic good ending. And they're all like, going,
it was made, like, it was made obvious by incredibly obvious. I can't speak. I'm that angry. I just can't speak anyway. But you know, it's like, you know, it was so obvious from things that had been said and telegraphing leading up to the snap that everything was going to be fine in the end, and everyone was coming back. They released articles going like, "Don't worry, guys, Thanos hasn't, like, you know, deleted everyone forever because I am Iron Man."
Nah, like I said, I was sort of still invested at that movie, but after that, I was. I
am going to be honest, yeah. I have seen too much Japanese culture to be impressed with anything the way. Right. Do you know, in Japanese movies, anime, books, radio plays, stories, the good guy does not always win.
Yeah, I believe that.
Complete shocker. Yeah, complete shocker. You get to the end of a story in the final act, just when everything has been won and everything is great and the future looks amazingly, bang, some sniper on top of the hill takes the hero's head off and he's dead.
Yeah, but here's the thing as well. That's the same in horror.
It's like
the bad guy doesn't always lose.
Yeah.
And I don't just mean come back for a sequel like the mainstream stuff. The Descent. Have you seen that movie?
Yes.
Yes, I mean? There's an example. Let's take even Dog Soldiers. Like everyone, just one guy walks away.
Yeah.
American Werewolf in London. That wasn't the happy ending. You know what I mean? The good guys didn't win. The guy gets killed at the end. You know, it was tragic.
Yeah. But it's just like it annoys me. It annoys me with the fact that it's almost like the good guys have to win now, because it's almost like all some people have is the fact that the good guy winning, it gives them reason to carry on. It's like, my life's shit, but do you know what? At least Iron Man beat the Scarlet Skull up. Crimson Skull, whatever his name is. Not a massive Marvel fan, actually, to be quite honest.
No, it's
DC, on the other hand.
No, but even as well.
I'm kind of like twitching close to the edge with both of them, because they're.
I'm over. Like I said, I think the movies helped ruin it. But I'll go back to I think these. I got into actually these. I got more into Dark Horse comics than the Elseworld series, like
Oh,
ones I got.
I remember
More than DC
reading.
itself. I was a Batman fan more than a
Well,
DC
yeah.
fan.
Oh yeah, Batman. That's because Batman is like, you know, the creative. In fact, Batman isn't really a superhero. He's just a bloke with with a good brain and lots of money.
Yeah, but that's the stories were like mysteries.
It's one of the things I like about Batman. The fact that if you take all his batarang and his shark repellent bat spray and the Batmobile and everything like that off him, he's just a bloke wearing an armored suit.
Well, that was perfectly explored in Knight's End and the Night Quest series.
Yeah, I
Venom?
explored it.
Have you read Venom?
I have read Venom. I've got to be honest though, my favorite Batman comic is still Dark Knight.
Oh, Dark Knight Returns.
So I think the original Dark Knight Returns is the one. There's one of my favorite pieces of art in it, where it's like Batman's on about he's fighting a group of he's fighting a gang called the Mutants. It is
Dark Knight Returns. Yeah.
Yeah, he's fighting the mutants. Yeah, they were getting their weapons from this general. And in the army, and there's this amazing picture of Batman standing there with the general's body in his arms, with the stars and stripes draped across it. Oh. And if that was a poster, if that was a door-sized poster, I would buy it and slap it on my wall. So I love it. It's like my favorite cover artist, without a doubt, there is Alex Ross. This is totally turned into a superhero tangent, but I'm sorry. Alex Ross did a super.
Okay, so back in the day, they were able to tell compelling stories, and then it evolved into that shite.
Yeah, the ability to tell a compelling story has been lost because the good guy always has to win. Ridiculous odds. The sky, the ground, black with enemies. One hero standing on his own. He will win by the stupidest reason ever, and it really grates my gears.
That's why I don't watch. I don't even watch actually.
Yeah, and then you get Shiki, because let's face it, when you get to the end of Shiki, there are no winners.
No, well, there aren't anymore. Both sides take a hit. You know what I mean?
It's like there are no winners, but there are, on both sides there are survivors.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the takeaway for me from this is that in a war, all you have are survivors.
Yeah.
There's an old adage: war isn't about who's right; it's all about who's left.
That makes sense. But this series did that perfectly. You know, it's a human story at the end of the day, and like I said, I applaud it. I have given up on so much. Like, only the horror genres. If it wasn't for the horror genre, I would not be interested in film at all.
Yeah, it's like our television aerial fell off like 12 years ago. We've never had it put back because it's not worth it. We used to bring DVDs in and watch that. We don't even do that now. We are a household that reads books, and that's it at the moment.
No, get that. I need to put time aside now. That's something for the New Year's, to start reading more just for fun and not to do with the channel or to do with publishing. I'm misreading.
Thank God. Not this year. You've got 2 more books to release.
Oh God, yeah. I'm working on one right now. That's the thing. Like, I spent about 4 hours today getting preparations done.
Jesus, do you know? The initial rush will end, though, isn't it? There is going to be a point where you're going to say, right, then we can cut back on this a little bit, and maybe not kind of put every hour of every day into getting the books published.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That I actually did step back a bit because I was going too hard at it. Like I said during the birthday stream, July I hit maximum burnout, so I have stepped back. The problem is, this is just, there's so much I want to do. Like I spent yesterday pre-recording a load of videos. That was a whole day.
Yeah, and I noticed the 5th Halloween Advent unboxing popped up while we've been doing this.
They're all done. You know what I mean? Pre-recorded, loaded, edited. There's stuff I want to do. Like every time I think I'm done, here's an idea. You know, I want to try stuff. You don't get into this for not wanting to do it. If that makes sense.
There's not enough time in a single life to do all the things I need to do.
The publishing side of things is just coming up. You know, as and when. You know, I had planned for Volume 4. I'm now working on Dale's second anthology.
Wow.
I'm also working on my own. That's the thing. I've got my own anthology I'm working on. Trying to find time on the side. I don't know if I might get that out this year. I don't know. Because I've got the halfway point and I'm like, I could do this.
Colin, just remember to sit down before you fall over, okay? It's good.
But then that's why it was so much fun, just taking part in the game there on Friday.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, yes, I'm in a game. I'm just playing a game for fun.
So you've been missing out on all the fun. But you are making yourself an empire, so.
Yeah, get out there and support it, folks. Links are in the description. That's something I need to add to the videos. Actually, is the HORRORific publishing link.
Yeah. There was it. The great books. I own all of them. I've read all of them.
So much fun. Anyway, do you want to find out what we're talking about next?
Oh my God, the Wheel of Doom.
Shall we do it?
I'm terrified that it's going to come up. The monster wants to eat me, because episode 2 is next week. Episode 1. Have you watched episode 1 yet?
No, not yet. I've held back.
Episode so good. Not to try and push you into watching it. It's like the end of it. The end of episode 1 is pure horror.
I think if that comes up, we'll have to respin.
Yeah, we'll have to respin because there's no way. There's no way we can cover. Like by the time we do the next one, there'll be like 3 episodes.
Yeah, I think I might just have to take that off the list for like a while till we get a season done or like at least a cure. But anyway, shall we press this button and see what happens?
Press the button. Oh my God.
Do it.
Ooh.
Ayakashi, Japanese classic horror. I think that's one of the first ones to put on.
It's like I remember most of the ones in the real, and I'm like, where did that come from?
That was one of the first ones to put on. That's been on there for ages.
Quick, make a note.
Let's have a nosy.
Okay. Make a note that it's the next one we're reviewing, so I don't look at this tomorrow and go, "Hey, Kashi, what's that thing?"
Ayakashi, Samurai Horror Tales. The series is made up of 3 stories. Yotsuya, Ghost Story, Goddess in the Dark Tower, and Goblin Cat.
It's a retelling of the Yotsuya Kaiden, written by the 18th century kabuki playwright Namboku Tsuruya IV.
Oh
no, that's telling me the plot. I don't want to look at that.
No, I'm not. I'm just. Oh, talking of random tangents, have you ever seen Sergeant Kabuki Man?
No, but I get the feeling you're going to tell me I should.
It's the same people that made the Toxic Avenger.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
It's Troma Studios. Yeah.
I've got my favorite Chinese horror movies, without a doubt, the Mr. Vampire series, all of them. Because it's weird. Mr. Vampire is weird. It's like you watch the dubbed version, and it's a horror comedy. You watch the subtitled version, and it is so serious. And it's kind of it's kind of like watching the two of them one after the other. It's like somebody tipping an ice bucket down the back of your neck. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, the old Ghost Hong Kong cinema with Jackie Chan, Ghost Stories. There's like 3 of those, wasn't
there? There are some there are some really good horror films that have come out from the East. I mean, even if it's like silly comedy horror, it still does the job. It's still properly horror in between the laughs and the pratfall.
No, that's okay. It's doesn't matter where it's from. If it's a good story, it's a good story. That's what I'm all about, and that's one thing I love about the horror genre is that, you know, everybody gets afraid. It's a universal thing. It's
it's kind of like horror. Horror isn't. It's kind of like it's in a million. Horror as a genre is 1,000,001 subgenres. And I love the variety that you get in horror.
like even in this channel, just in this segment, like there's plenty in this segment on its own. This could be an entire channel if you thought about it. But the fact that we're able to mix it in with everything else and it still is horror is fantastic.
It's still horror, but it's like even though it's like anime horror. How many subgenres have we covered? It's like I don't actually believe that any series we've covered has been like any of the other series we've covered.
No, everyone's been different
in their own way.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. No, that's what makes it fun. And if we weren't doing this segment, I wouldn't have found Shiki, to be honest. It's one of them ones, if you're not looking for it, you wouldn't have found it. And
yeah,
I'm glad.
There is so much stuff like that. I mean, sometimes if you're looking for something to watch in anime, it's like you pretty much just like find a site or something that's anime, be it Crunchyroll, be it Hulu, be it Amazon, be it Disney, be it the other one whose name I can never remember, High Dive, or be it some pirate site. You just hit the random button, and it's like sometimes it's like you'll chuck a hunk of coal at the wall, and it'll bounce back a diamond. There is so much stuff out there. You can't watch it all. You cannot watch it all.
No, even this channel, I'll never cover everything in a million years. I'll live with that fact. But what I'm not going to do is just be railroaded into the same 20 movies everybody else watches.
Yeah. I think that is the problem with a lot of review channels. It's like this film's just been released and we're going to review it.
It's the same as reaction channels.
This company.
All reaction channels react to the same 30 videos. It's
sad.
Yeah. No, I don't want to do that. I want to push the boat out. I want to try different things. I want to be surprised.
Yeah, even in review channels, it's like you say, they're all the same. There's so little originality in them. That is one of the things I like about this, because I've learned about so many movies. I mean, I thought I was a horror fan, but I have learned about so many movies and things that I've never heard of from anywhere else right here.
Oh, that's cool. Glad. Means we're doing something right.
I still need to watch that Popeye film.
Oh God, yes.
I keep putting it off because it's like, to me, Popeye and Olive Oil and Bluto are kind of like there's a very good chance that film is going to destroy part of my childhood.
No, I guarantee it doesn't, because it's actually respectful. It really is. Nod and a wink.
That's something I'm not used to in movies.
Oh, it's an indie movie. That's why it's not a studio movie.
It's like, I don't think the movie industry is going the same way that the gaming industry is. It's like all the big like gaming companies are all dying out and people are losing faith in them. And there's the indie. I mean, it's like the other week a game called Hollow Knight Silk Song released. It released for the price of $20. Every major company is slamming the company that's released it because they've released it for $20. They're trying to destroy the gaming industry by doing it. I've heard the same kind of thing coming out in the movie industry, where people have about a group of like half a dozen people with a couple of $100,000 behind them and managed to make a film that's absolutely swamped blockbusters with thousands of people on them made for hundreds of dollars.
That's why the corporations are trying to say you need this person and that person need to be unionized and stuff, because that puts up the expense, so it means only they can do it. It's all part of it. It's all part of a grift. It's the same as people like, let's go back to publishing. You can't be a publisher unless you're blah blah blah. Bollocks.
Oh yeah, that group of people who would turn around to you and try to stop you from releasing the books you were working on.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck off. If I create something and have good people behind me and it's enjoyable, then that's all I need to do. Don't tell me what I can or can't do. Go get fucked. You know what I mean? That's my attitude. There's nothing stopping you doing anything.
Yeah.
As long as you're making something that people enjoy it. Same people even try to do it with YouTube. You can't be a YouTuber channel because blah blah blah. Fuck off. You know what I mean? Nothing's stopping anybody from doing anything. Now, if you're making stuff people don't enjoy, then so be it.
Understandable, yep.
Yeah. If you're not enjoying what you're doing, that's on you. You do stuff you enjoy, and the rest will fall into place as long as you're making sure that you're doing the right intentions. Crack on. I say to everybody, it doesn't even have to be monetary for you. It can just be something that's adding to your life and giving you purpose, or giving you.
I'm going to say, like most of the people I watch on YouTube, they haven't got like they do good content. They haven't got massive amount of viewers. They don't like kind of like any part of any kind of like scheme or anything that YouTube's doing. And most of them seem to be doing it just for the hell of it, just for the fun of it.
Yeah, that's it. You know, and if you
I
get
think
those...
that's all you need. You don't need like half this crap that people seem to be trying to force on you to do stuff.
No, and that's I think it's all down to the intent. You know, you understand why you're doing something, you get the best you can out of it, and the rest will sort of happen. It'll fall into place. And I see that with these anime shows. You know, it's definitely this. You can see that it was made with the intent of telling a good story. You can see that the money side of things, when you think of the effort put in, isn't really worth it. You know, if that's all you're looking at doing, just pumping something out. And it makes me appreciate it even more. And I just hope that if I can introduce somebody to something that they've never thought of, then cool.
Yeah.
Then the reason for me being here, the reason for us being here talking about this is worth it.
Yeah, I think I'd say that, right, if we can get one person to like think, you know, that Shiki, yeah, looked all right. It sounded interesting. I'm gonna go and watch it. As far as I'm concerned, we've won in life.
Mm-hmm. What we need you folks to do, though, if you happen to be that person, make sure you let us know in the comments, because
let us know. Let us know what you think of Shiki, because to be quite honest, I think it deserves all the recognition it can get.
Yeah, definitely a fantastic show. Really enjoyed it. Solid storytelling, like adult storytelling.
It's all done right, and it's better than a lot of the stuff that's been produced recently.
Yep. But there you go. Until next time. In fact, we're back on Wednesday for the final session of Morkborg.
My God, the ultimate Morkborg.
We have.
He's getting closer. Where did it go?
We've jumped into the other realm where we're going to find out what the Shimmering Fields are and if it's all worth it.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what? I normally if it's something like it's paradise, it's normally not, is it?
No. It's never. There's no utopia. It doesn't exist. It's a fantasy.
No, I don't want Blucher to meet a bad end. He just wants hugs. That's all Blucher wants.
But there you go, folks. Thanks for as always, mate. Great to have you. Great to chat with these things. Thanks for everybody that watched and turned up in the chat. And just as I say, until next time, keep up to the channel, do technical things, and remember to keep it creepy, keep it horrific.